becoming one? How did you end up there?
I sort of gravitated more towards machines, objects, electronics and stuff. So naturally I leaned towards the engineering bit of it. I was fascinated by tech by the age of, let's say 12 years. And I grew up close to, like I said, my dad used to work in a textile industry, and sometimes I would have free tours to the factory. It's really huge. Like, it is, I think, one of the biggest industries in East Africa.
Yeah.
So I would move around. It's like, I don't know, maybe 5 football pitches. Yeah, so you move around, you see machines doing lots of, fun.
I come from the Pearl of Africa. It's a beautiful country with beautiful nature. To me, it really inspires me and motivates me. And actually, in one of my tags on my clothing, especially on my jeans, you see those lines that appear on the back pockets of the jeans. When I was doing my internship in Paris, I happened to go to a fashion museum where I read a few books, about fashion designers and their names and about their creations and things like that. There are signs on jeans like the Wrangler, the Lee jeans. All those jeans have signs on the pockets. And before I went to Paris, I was doing that already because I was drawing my inspiration. I used to love geography. And the Ugandan, East African geography was really very interesting to me. Knowing that I come from the Great Lakes, East African Rift Valley, that's why you see those lines on my jeans. I brought 2 theories because they are just theories about the creation of the Great East African Rift Valley. So I put those. So it's the nature and the music that really inspires me and motivates me.
Wow. Historically, woodworking has been passed on, carpentry has been passed on through apprenticeship. So that is the biggest challenge. You learn the skill, you don't get the business skill because the teacher wants to keep their customers. But then, due to the current development, we have the technical schools teaching carpentry. They're teaching the theoretical part, but they are indulging less business. And then the business methods they indulge in are also less practical. They have been written in books. They have not been actually applied sometimes. So I think one needs to first of all learn the dynamics. Consider carpentry as a business, as a trade. And the rules of trade are the same regardless of which trade you're going in. We have standard rules that don't change. So currently, I think it is something I personally took upon myself, and in our kind of business, we do have apprentices, by the way. We do take in students. They learn, especially through the lockdown. We've had a lot of them coming in and to take on the skill. But we always give them 1 or 2 days in a month where they come into the selling desk and they get to see what it means to actually do the sale. You don't have to be on the planer all the time, on the circular saw. You need to know that after the circular saw, this customer doesn't know it exists. How do you inform them that it is the step that is going forward on their object? And then we've opened up the industrial part of carpentry to the customers. They're actually very thrilled when they see how these things are done. So you actually take them in and show them the process, like they say, process by process, process by process, how these things are doing.
It is a creative industry talk. My name is Eddie Okela and welcome to the program. This is House of Talent Television, where we bring you issues that affect the person, the common person every single day, and we discuss it, dissect, and find answers to it. The Creative Industry Talk is a program that brings together the creative brains, a platform for every one of us to be able to think creatively, to discuss issues that affect us, but of course, discuss the products that we have in the market. How do we work with this? How do we create prices here, there, and what those things? Everyone is creative in their, in their rights or in their way, or on their rights or on their way, depending on which English you use. But creativity exists in every single one of us. And when we were in school, they said, any mistake in art is creativity. So we were always taught the same, and the products we have in the market is meant to solve the problem. But are we looking at it that way? Do we make things look that way, or do we think creatively in every process that we have? To discuss this today on the program is the one and only David Okwi, is the founder and the shop manager of Oduka Stores. We still don't understand why he called himself the shop manager, but perhaps today we are going to understand this on the show. David, welcome to the program. Here we spread love like this. You need to do it correct. Yes.
I love it.
Yes. Welcome to the program, David.
Thank you, Akela, for hosting me.
Great. And we want to start from a lighter note, David, by first of all knowing you. Who is David Okwi in a nutshell? Where do you come from? What are you? Are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
Yeah, first of all, I'll best describe myself as an internet entrepreneur.
Yeah.
That is as short as it can be. Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, I live and breathe the internet, and my livelihood solely comes from the internet. Yeah.
Wow. David, talking of the internet, living and breathing internet, growing up, where and which part of this country do you hail from?
So I grew up from Jinja, along the shores of the River Nile.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, just you know where the new bridge is?
Yeah.
Yes, you know that industry there?
Yes.
Nightil.
Yes.
Did you use Nightil bedsheets?
All through, in even uniforms for high schools, we were used to wear Nightil. Yes.
Yes. It's an incredible industry. So my dad used to work there, and used to stay around the estate just close to the industry. And yeah, I think I went once to swim on the river, riverbanks.
Where the hydroelectricity is produced, David?
On this side.
To commit suicide?
No, it was on this side of the reservoir, you know,
Yes.
where there is that lot of water.
Yes.
So the water is kind of still, it doesn't move very fast, and so at the riverbanks you can actually swim.
Okay.
Yeah.
And talking of that, if I'm watching you from, let's say, Dallas in the US or in the UK, from anywhere, and I don't know where these places are from, take us through your ancestry. Where do you hail from? Which part of the country do you come from? What are the food they eat there? Are they creative people? Do they dig creatively or preserve food creatively? Which part of this? What is your ancestry like? If you take us through it.
So Manita, so my dad is from Kumi. My mom is from Kapchora, around Sipi Falls. That side, yes.
You come from where there's beauty only. Yes.
Then I grew up in Jinja most of the time, studied in Jinja most of the time. Then in my later teens, I moved to Kampala. Yes.
Okay. So the people of Kumi, in the eastern part of the country, if we would put it, for some of us who are from the outside countries, what food do they eat and how do they preserve food? Are they creative in this process? Do they
they're very creative.
What's the process like?
So Teso is a very dry place. That's the one thing that you need to understand. Yes, we have rains like the rest of the country, but for the most part, it's a dry place. So people have to come up with ways of preserving food through the dry season so that they are able to have food. They don't starve. Teso actually has one of the best food preservation methods out there in the country. The foods that we eat is cassava, potatoes, and these are perishables, you get. But we have a way of drying them and then you know, putting them in the granary and making sure that during the dry seasons people still are able to have food.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, what is the history like behind the storage? I mean, somebody must have, of course, thought about the creative process of keeping the food for this longer period of time. I once was in Canada, and I realized that in Canada they preserve food for 6 months in the fridge during the cold season. 6 months in the fridge.
Yeah.
And that in Africa would be something else.
6 months in the fridge.
Yes,
Does the
yes.
food taste good? I don't know.
Yes, everything is freezed. I mean, it's not really tasting good. So when we compare that creativity in France, I mean, in Canada and in many parts of the world to keep food, and in Teso, you know, the eastern part of Uganda, like you've talked about, I just want to sort of like look at the creative processes, the wisdom of the elders. How did they come up with that, and how long will the food take when it's dried? For example, how long does it take? Can you package this food and sell? You know, how do you know, sort of like go about
So
this?
I don't stay much in the village, but I've been there for some long periods of time, and I've learned from like my parents and my uncles and stuff. So I'll talk mostly about cassava and potatoes. Have you heard of amukeke?
Yes.
You've had it? Eh?
Yes, I've actually eaten it. It's one of the best. I would call Uganda's best plate for breakfast. Yes.
So for people who don't know, amukeke is dried potatoes. Yes, so they dry the potatoes, put them in the granary, and then you're able to, you know, just take a few portions of the potatoes, then you boil them. And now when you boil them, put in a little bit of salt. You can also put in OD if you want. That is,
which is simsim paste.
Ginat or simsim paste, and then you take with chai mukalo.
Wow.
It's really the best
Which
breakfast.
is black tea.
Yes.
Wow, so these guys have just given us, so this is a creativity coming from Teso. I want to just take a moment to welcome everybody to the program. This is a Creative Industry Talk. My name is Edio Killer. This morning I'm talking to, or this afternoon, this night, or this evening, depending which part of the world you are, I'm talking to David Okwi, who is, you know, an internet breather and eater, if you would say it in a nutshell, as he said it. Entrepreneur. As a man who think creatively using internet and creating stuff, and of course integration. Today in the program we want to discuss system integration. We're looking at the local content development. Everybody's talking about local content development. You've heard about local content development in oil and gas. But we're looking at local content development focusing on creative system integration, on Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, Bubu. We are talking about this. And David Okwi is the founder and the shop manager at Oduka Stores, which is an online platform. I would say is the Amazon of Uganda in the making, okay? And perhaps going to go Africa. We want to just understand this, David, from your point of view. Are you a creative mind? Do you look at yourself as a creative mind? Or what is creativity to you, first of all, to start with?
So I don't look at myself as a creative in the traditional sense of a designer or an artist or a painter or that kind of stuff. But I think that I'm creative, just like everybody else has to be creative. So to me, creativity speaks about using your imagination to solve problems. And that cuts across anyone, whether it is government or big corporations or small businesses or individuals or families and stuff. So it is really using your imagination to solve problems. That is creativity in a nutshell.
Let me take you a little bit back, David. You know, growing up, you obviously went through traditional, you know, educational system that we all go through in Uganda or in Africa, in most part of Africa. But I want to just take you through a little bit. What is your background like?
In terms of education?
Yes.
I am an engineer by training or by education.
How did you become an engineer? Growing up, did you always see yourself as becoming one? How did you end up there?
I sort of gravitated more towards machines, objects, electronics and stuff. So naturally I leaned towards the engineering bit of it. I was fascinated by tech by the age of, let's say 12 years. And I grew up close to, like I said, my dad used to work in a textile industry, and sometimes I would have free tours to the factory. It's really huge. Like it is, I think, one of the biggest industries in East Africa.
Yeah.
So I would move around. It's like, I don't know, maybe 5 football pitches. Yeah, so you move around, you see machines doing lots of, fancy things and all. So I was really fascinated from an early age to admire and to love engineering. Yes.
Okay. So if somebody is looking at you now, would want to think that, that background shaped your way of becoming an engineer.
Yeah.
How did your parents look at it when you're growing up? Normally, parents are very fascinated with certain things they want their children to do, or a certain way they want their children to become. What was like with your parents, your mother and father, when you decided to gravitate toward maths, physics, and all these things?
Yeah. But my dad is an open-minded person. You literally just do whatever you want and whatever that you're really good at, and he's just there to pay the school fees.
You probably had the easiest, most, adorable dad.
Yes.
Not like ours. Some of us were always told you have to be a certain thing in life, and if you're not, it's a problem.
Yeah.
And some were caned. Some of us who were left-handed, our hands were tied on the neck so that we can become right-handed.
Wow.
Yeah, so there are quite a lot of things that goes in there.
Yeah.
So David, growing up as a creative person, from the way we looked at you, you were more leaned toward tech from a very young person age. Let's talk about, did you ever make wired cars?
Yeah.
In pursuit of becoming an engineer and stuff like that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Also, everyone in an estate that I grew up in, literally, the boys and the girls as well, they literally, everyone made their own toys using, these wires. Yeah. So we'll go to, these fences that are made from green wires. We'll screw that up, unscrew it, and then break the wires, and then use rubber. Yeah, tie it together, then use slippers, the slippers? Yes.
Cut the hole in the to make the tire.
Cut the hole, make the tire, and then there you go with your car. And they will really be strong. You could actually use them to fetch water, using these 5-liter jerrycans.
Wow. So the creativity in Africa sprang from way back when we were children. The only thing is that our education system sort of like, cut that off our head when we started going to nursery school and primary school, and things changed. And some of us were never, good at becoming a creative person at some point, or some of us never made it. But the likes of Daudi Okwi, as we call him, have definitely been able to pursue that career and be where they are today. So David, we're talking about, you're on the creative industry talk, and we're talking about Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. We defined creativity from your perspective, but I want to just ask you, to you typically, what is the process of a person being creative?
What is the process? The process starts with a problem. Look at the problem that you're trying to solve, and then find ways of solving that problem in the most cost-effective way possible, using the materials, using the skills that you already possess. So if you're working with people, you have to organize people around you to come together to solve a common problem.
And when we talk about creativity from a point of creating a product, and or a brand or a product, you obviously have been into the process of creating one for yourself. And you have one at the present. Typically, take us through that. How do you start and where do you start from? Because everybody, we believe, is creative. But the level of creativity varies. Some are very intuitive in their process, others are very slow in their process. Some people need a kickstart at the back, and you just kick them up and they start waking up and they start doing it by making life hard for them, like COVID-19 came and gave some of us a butt kick, and we're doing it. And some just do it easily. But to you, did it come just naturally, easily?
I like how you described it. There is no one way of reaching the creative path. It can be chaotic, it can be organized, it can be forced, it can be out of coercion and hard times. Can come from all angles. Yeah, but I'll talk about the Oduka experience, literally, how we started the Oduka store and how we got here. We started right before lockdown in 2020, right just when the coronavirus had started. At that time, online shopping was still something that was taking off. Some people would do online shopping, others wouldn't. But when the coronavirus came, we didn't start a Oduka store because of the coronavirus, but it found us. Yes, it found us right at the beginning of the incubation. Yeah, but so how we started, how we approached the problem is that, okay, we realized there's a lockdown, there's a restriction in movement, people couldn't go to shops, and we decided to launch the store online, mostly. We had a physical store, but we said let's concentrate online first. And then when you launch an online store, there are basically a number of things that you have to nail. You have to nail a way of people discovering you and finding you, because it is not like a store that people walk in and then find your products. You have to find a way of storing your goods. You have to find a way of delivering the product to the customer. You have to find a way of people paying you eventually. And then you have to find a way of managing customer relations or customer care. So we had all these facets and we needed, that's how it worked for them.
Wow. Well, you're hearing David Okwi right here on the Creative Industry Talk. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will dive into the discussion of, local content development, focusing on Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. David will define that, his understanding of that a little bit, but then we dive into our main discussion today, which is system integration. He's talked about mobile money and his system and how it works and how they started. We want to know, how do you integrate all of these things together, and how can we, the creative people who create products like David, begin to use the system and integrate the system to be able to, sell products without you having to go there should coronavirus continue, should we go into another lockdown, how do you deal with it? Stay right there, I'll be right back after the break. This is Creative Industry Talk. Eddie Okila, David Okwi, we'll be right back after the break.
When we start the Bayimba Festival, or starting Bayimba in general, for me it took me like 3 years of thought, of thinking. And as I went to Chitobero, I went to Uganda, I traveled around East Africa, and one of the reasons actually which I rarely talk about was when I was traveling around Lake Victoria. I was doing a documentary about the lives of the people who live around the LVB, the Lake Victoria Basin. I went to Kisumu, I went to Mwanza, and I realized actually all these people have so much in common, but they know little about each other. Yet they are all surviving on this same lake. So for me it was very interesting to kind of also brought back like the arts are the same. The arts were the same because we realized that we are all feeding onto each other. The musicians, the theater, the dance, the painters, and the writers. But we all had our own ways. We were separate, where everyone is doing their own thing. And I think bringing them together in one place was a creative process to kind of cultivate that space that was missing. So I think this is for me where I could see the processes of really going through the idea, understanding it, convincing yourself, finding the value, finding the strategic, the impact it's going to create, add on to the industry. And also when, like at Bayimba, when we are going through our creative processes of thinking about strategically what are we going to do, it takes quite some time when you have conversations with your staff, your colleague, the sector. Sometimes we ask people questions 1 month after the other, and sometimes I feel, so I'm like, okay, and they're going to feel like Bayimba is asking us too much, But I think it's important for us because we need to understand why are we doing what we're doing? How are we going to improve? And how can we do better? Where did we go wrong? And of course, sometimes you get some, advice, which is not, liked, but at the same time, it's good for you to hear it from the people that my friend told me, I'll not mention him, he told me, Faisal, this brand is dead. Because, I mean, and I was like, yeah, you're right, but I'll prove you wrong.
Welcome back from that break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. My name is Eddie Okila. In the studio is David Okwi, the founder and the shop manager at Oduka Stores, an online, stores in Uganda that is selling electronic products. And of course, on the show today to discuss Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. We are focusing on local content production, but we're gonna gear our our discussion towards, system integration. You've heard from David, how they've created the Oduka and how they were able to sell things online, and some Ugandans being able to order things for the first time online. And if you're one of those, we want to hear from you. What was your experience like? Share it with us far and wide. We'd like to hear from you. David, welcome back to the program. I want to just take a moment to read some comments from some people here, David, that has come in the middle of the show. We just want to hear from them and what are they saying. I'll start first with a gentleman here and says, that's my OB from Nameliango. David Okwi has always been a young man who is creating things and trying things. Thanks, kudos, David. And I have another one here saying, Eddie Okila, thank you very much for bringing David Okwi to the show. He's always been a very creative mind. He's a brilliant mind in the IT world. I think we need to harness people like David on that, topic of system integration. I want to ask David, how did you start creating your own product and bringing your own product out? How did it work? I know you've shared a bit about it, but it's not easy, man, trying something new. David, you've had that coming out there for you. And another person says, Eddie Killer, thank you very much for the program. I would like to know how Ugandans are using technology to harness the new normal of COVID-19 going forward. I know you talk about Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, but sometimes Ugandans' products are so weak that when you see them on the shelf versus the one that is brought from China, you better not going for the one from China. I think, David, we've discussed this before.
Yeah.
Yes, and of course, we're talking about it. That basically launches to our discussion today, David.
Yeah.
Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. We've been talking about this, and everybody's talking about local content. In the oil and gas, they're talking about local content.
Right.
Now, what is local content development to you?
Okay. So I'll start with a quote, somebody said that Africa is the only continent that produces what it doesn't consume and consumes what it doesn't produce.
Yes.
There's truth in it, actually.
Yeah.
And that is what we want to change, or what we should change with Bobo. In essence, we should be consuming what we produce and produce what we consume, not the other way around. You don't produce stuff, send it to China, creates a product out of it and sells back to you, and you're not really creating enough value out of your raw materials, right? Yes. So with Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, you're literally saying, okay, can we consume what we produce for the very first time? What that does is that you create enough value for everyone in the economy, and you create a lot of opportunities and prosperity for everyone.
Wow. Wow, but you heard it from David. And David, we want to just, just a moment to tell everybody, if you're having a problem with your internet, streaming on Facebook or go to our website, www.houseoftalentuganda.com, or go to our YouTube, House of Talent TV, and you'll be able to have no problem at all as the government of Uganda continue to negotiate its way with Facebook. Sometimes it can be very disturbing. So for all of you guys, we're live on Facebook, on Twitter. We're live on our own website, okay, www.houseoftalentug.com, or you go to YouTube, subscribe, share it far and wide. David,
Yeah.
that's a nice description of that. So when we're talking about local content by Uganda and Build Uganda,
Right.
do you think that we have been able to, Ugandans understand this by Uganda, Build Uganda?
Yeah.
Do they understand? And if yes, to what extent?
So there are two different Ugandans in this spectrum here. You have the consumers and then you have the producers, and both of them need each other and they need to understand this concept for this thing to work.
Yeah.
If I'm a producer and I'm creating stuff and there is no one who is consuming, then it doesn't make sense at all. And the other way around, if I'm a consumer buying things from outside and not, buying the stuff that the producers in the economy are creating, then it doesn't make sense. So it is two sides of the same seesaw that needs to work together in order to make this really work.
Okay. And we've had people from the Ministry of Trade talk about this, but there's also an outcry out there. Like you've had somebody already asking you a question saying that it's nice to talk about Ugandan local content, but he's saying that when you look at a Ugandan local content on the shelf versus the product brought from Kenya, he would go for the one from Kenya. He said the one in Uganda is not very enticing, which takes us to branding and product development and communication, which is a discussion we've set to have with an expert coming in at some point into the program as we progress in discussion of the local content. But specifically, how were you able to package your product, locally made here, package your product and be able to sell to people, even though some of them are imported products?
Yeah, so to respond to that user, that's a consumer right there,
Yes.
saying that, yes, I want to buy your stuff that, people in the economy are producing, but they don't live up to my standards. They don't live up to my expectations. And since we are living in a free market economy where people are willing to, pay with willingly with their money, they are, they're just going to sidestep your product and they're going to buy the product that they think fits their standards. Yeah. So again, once again, it goes back to both the consumer and the producer. The producer up to the standards of the consumer. Yeah. So if the consumer wants, let's say, this coffee up to a certain standard, if that coffee doesn't meet my standard, I'm not going to buy it. Right? Yeah. Yes, you're putting your hard-earned money and your time and whatnot, but it doesn't meet my standard. And since we are living in a free market economy where no one is coerced to buy a certain product, then you're going to lose out. So the producers have to meet that standard that the consumers are expecting at the price that they want it.
Wow. David, I want to read something coming in for you. Somebody has said, Eddie Okila, thank you very much for the program. I like what David Ukwi is talking about, but I want to know, when I go to Oduka stores, the branding looks really deep, and most people in Uganda, when they create products, they spend a lot more time in creating the products and not the look and feel of the product. How was he able to, come up with that mindset to create something that looks like this? It's not a typical Ugandan website where you go there and the branding is looking so weird and not good. Perhaps a lesson can be picked from David Ukwi. What did he live abroad, or was he working with some people abroad, or the website is basically designed abroad? That's the question there for you, David. Yes.
No. The website is designed and developed strictly from Uganda by Ugandans, and I'm actually part of the team, the developers. But I think you had Jeremy Banyanzi here. Yes, we were saying about branding and all that. And I liked his talk. And basically it boils down to a brand is your promise. What are you promising the customer, right? And can you live up to that promise? That's what it is. It is, brand is who you are. It speaks a lot about you as an individual first and foremost, and what you're bringing out to the market. Yes, when you look at for example, the House of Talent branding, which I absolutely love and adore, it's delivering a certain promise, it's delivering a certain message, and it's saying we are here and we are all about local content, we are all about local talent, and we are here to develop really great content that is informative, that is there to build the country and the nation. That is what a brand is, more than the colors and all these cosmetics that come to augment that brand. Yes.
Well, we're talking to David Okwi, and you're on the Creative Industry Talk. We're discussing local content development. Of course, it's a broad topic. You know, everybody is talking about local content development, but products out of Uganda, locally, we are creating these products. Who is consuming them? Can they stand the test of time? You know, do they have the value? Can we export this product going forward? That's what we're talking about. We want to dive more deep into this topic with David Okwi, talking about system and e-commerce and system integration. David, a lot of times we've discussed so many things about e-commerce. COVID-19, of course, came and opened up the door for this to work in Uganda.
Right.
We were forcefully taken into a lockdown, and somehow the president kept saying, use borders to buy things, buy vegetables from there.
Yeah.
And it started to work out slowly, you know, deliveries are there now. But the downsides of some of these things that we're talking about was ability for the money to move from one end to the next. There are times when the mobile money system is completely down, you send your money, and then the mobile telecom guys tells you, you call customer care service, we will work on this thing in 24 hours. You have food, you need food, and this deliverer or the producer of the product is not going to deliver the product to you because you need food, you're in the lockdown, and you're being told 48 hours. It brings a question to mind, David. What is e-commerce? Is it understood in the African context, for example? In Europe, we understand, but in Africa, is it understood? And let's zero down to Uganda.
Yeah, we have to contextualize it. The way that Amazon works is not going to be the way, it will never work in Uganda here, because you have certain infrastructure that allows for Amazon to work in the US or in Europe. You have the postal, the post office system, you have the good housing structure with plot numbers, and you know, you have a delivery system, logistics network already built in there. You have a payment method powered by Visa and credit card. There is a whole infrastructure that has already been laid for hundreds of years, way before Amazon even, you know, came into the market.
Yeah.
And for us, we have managed to leapfrog some of those things. For example, we don't have a telephone system. Do you have a telephone at home? The landline.
Yes, yes. Which is wireless, it's chargeable, it can go off.
Yeah.
The typical.
Exactly.
Be, yes.
So we leapfrogged the telephone system as we know it to mobile phones. Yeah. It does the same thing. It's all about communication. Excuse me. It does exactly the same thing. So here we have, you know, trucks.
Even riders themselves, yes, yes.
Exactly. So we have different sorts of infrastructure, and we have to find ways that we have to design systems that work with the existing infrastructure. Yes, and that is what e-commerce have payment system like Visa. Can we use alternative payment methods that the customer can still use, right? And we actually progress and success in adoption of, say, cash on delivery and mobile money on delivery. Yes. So somebody is not going to pay upfront on mobile money, but they're going to wait until the delivery.
Rate of corruption in the public system.
Yeah.
I've also, you know, sort of like made it difficult for people to put money in the bank.
Yeah.
Now, there's a time when people are not putting money in the bank. There's a time when you put your money in the bank, and then when you want to use your money, they make it very difficult for you to use the money.
Yeah, yeah.
And then there's a time when you have money, you want to bank it,
yeah,
and then the banking system using mobile money you have on mobile money to put in the bank is also giving you a time. So people get frustrated, and you know what, let me just keep my money, because why am I struggling with this? When I put my money in the account, they make life difficult for me to get it. When I finally give them my money, they make life difficult for me. I may have to just keep my money there. This has been going on for some time, and it's frustrating for a customer who is trying to buy goods and services, you know, online. You have been a system developer and an IT person and a software developer, we want to know from you, if I am a creative mind,
Yeah.
and I've created a product, say for example, you know, Okela Health and Services, my service is about making people fit, health and fit, and I want to be able to record a video and send it to that person.
Yeah.
And when the lockdown, somebody is in Nigeria, just want to pay.
Yeah.
That's another discussion altogether. The world doesn't trust a Nigerian visa and all this stuff. You talk about trust issues.
Yeah.
And it's difficult for me. How do we build trust and continue to build a system that is more harmonious in a way that I can bank my money easily, I can use my money as and when I want,
Yeah.
I can buy goods and services as I want, because what you've talked about there is basically typically come back to this frustrations around the systems. How
Yeah.
do we
Yeah.
make this work?
So I'll start by saying that money is just information.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when we say, when the bank says, when you go into your bank account and you see maybe 50M,
Yeah.
right? It's not like the bank has your 50M, a stack of cash,
Yeah.
50M somewhere in the corner.
Yes.
That's not what it is. It's just information. It's
Yeah.
just saying we owe you 50M.
Yes.
That is all. Probably that money has already been lent.
Yeah,
to
but I'm a
some-
body
some-
man. I've taken my sack and I've given you my money on the sack in there. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that the bank is going to lend it to somebody else.
Yes.
It's never going to stay in the bank at all.
Yes.
Money is information. It's just digits, right, in a database in the banking system that says, well, we owe Eddie Okila 50M. And we should be able to give it to him whenever he wants. So when you go and withdraw that money, you're basically just liquidating. You're converting those digits into hard cash.
Yeah.
If at all you want the hard cash, if you're paying for something online or at the counter, we are just converting, we're just transferring those digits from one system to another.
Yeah.
So the most flexible system should actually be money, because it's just digits, it's just information.
Yeah.
Ironically, it's not. It's very hard
Yeah.
to move money, probably for a lot of reasons,
Yeah.
money laundering,
Yeah.
trust issues, regulation,
Yeah.
and all that. But again, this is where creativity comes in.
Yeah.
The banks need to be creative around how can we make money fluid. It should flow freely like information. You know, when you go to your Twitter stream and you see, you know, the feed flowing with content and news and images and all that, it should really be fluid, because money is just information. It's just digits. That is all. Of recent, we've seen the emergence of agent banking, which has sort of improved and made the processes a lot more faster.
Yeah.
Yes, the banking system is built on a very rigid and
Being attacked and being robbed, and the process money is lost, and being attacked and being robbed, and the process money is lost. And this in Kenya has happened before.
Yeah.
It's stabilized. It's more stable in Kenya than it is in Uganda.
Yeah.
In Uganda, it's just beginning to take effect. Some of this creativity we're talking about in the financial sector.
yeah.
And in Tanzania, it's almost the same. In East Africa, it's almost the same. But there's this old fear that, what if my money I give to David, who is an agent banker, and he doesn't get there? What sort of system does the bank and the agent banking person have that sort of like give me security that that thing you're talking about digitally, if it punches like this and I give 10 million to the agent banker,
Yeah.
and how quickly is this money going to, how quickly is this, what kind of system do they have to this money to reflect on my bank account, so that when I log on to whatever app I have for banking system, I'm able to see money immediately?
Right.
What kind of system that we should be looking into to sort of
Okay.
like build our neutralize our fear?
All right.
Yes.
So I'm not a banker. I'm not in the banking system, but this is what I know. Before you probably become a banking agent, you will have to go through a verification process.
Yeah.
You'll have to send in the paperwork. Maybe you have to be registered, your national ID, you know, things that prove that you are an authentic person, you are a citizen, and you do legitimate business.
Yeah.
So before you sign up to being an agent an agent, you're going to have to go through that verification. Then number two, during transactions themselves, when I go and deposit money to an agent, to a banking agent, I'm going to get a receipt, number one, and then number two, I'm going to get an SMS on my phone that says, okay, this transaction has been validated, it has been authenticated, money is in your account. And then you as an individual, before you leave, you probably have your banking app there. You can go and check your bank balance and verify that, yes, money is now deposited on your account. So these are all checks and balances that the banks and their agents can implement to make sure that, you know, they earn trust from the customers that, you know, this system works and that their money is secure. That is really very important.
Okay. David, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will be discussing one thing. In fact, 4 questions which we're going to be discussing to wrap up this. It's going to be about system integration, but we're talking to David Okwi, the founder and the shop manager at Oduka Stores, an online platform in Uganda that started a few years ago and is building, and people are able to buy electronic gadgets from there online, seeing that they order and is delivered to them. It's something that is new, something that is working. It's a local content created in Uganda to make life easier for you to order electronics, genuine electronic stuff. Of course, you can go and check them out, oduka.stores.com. You'll be able to find a lot more information from there. And of course, we're talking about local content development in Uganda, focusing our discussion on, system integration. Buy Uganda, build Uganda. System integration. What does it mean to say buy Uganda and build Uganda? And how do we integrate system to be able to make sure that some of the things we're talking about is actually feasible, is working, and it's consumable for a consumer out there, but also it's usable for a producer out there of the product. Stay right there, I'll be right back after the break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. Eddie Okila, David Okwi. We'll be right back after the break.
Of the pack. Mm-hmm. It helps you become the trendsetter. Humankind is set in a way that they will always have a thing for the pioneer of things. Yeah. So we see it, if you think about these big corporations we see in Uganda and how they advertise and the different promotions they bring, you will somehow the target market will always have the pioneer front of mind. Yeah. So for me, creativity, that is how important it is, because you will get the masters, you will be an A-lister on the papers. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But if you do not know how to channel, because there is not one company in the arts or in business, as we know it, there's not a company that hires more than 10 people, and all of them are not creative. There is always creativity in a company. Yeah.
I come from the Pearl of Africa. It's a beautiful country with beautiful nature. To me, it really inspires me and motivates me. And actually, in one of my tags on my clothing, especially on my jeans, you see those lines that appear on the back pockets of the jeans. Yes. When I was doing my internship in Paris, I happened to go to a fashion museum where I read a few books, about fashion designers and their names and about their creations and things like that. There are signs on jeans like the Wrangler, the Lee jeans. All those jeans have signs on the pockets. Yes. And before I went to Paris, I was doing that already, because I was drawing my inspiration. I used to love geography. Yes. And the Ugandan, East African geography was really very interesting to me. Yeah. Knowing that I come from the Great Lakes, East African Rift Valley, that's why you see those lines on my jeans. Wow. I created about the creation of the Great East. Inspires me and motivates me. Wow.
business like mine, Adobe, and I want to have an app which tells people that I clean clothes, and you can bring your clothes to me, and I can send borders or whatever to drop it and pick it. How much does it cost? It looks like it's so much money according to him. I mean, again, this is something we talked about it. Welcome back, guys. We want to talk about system integration, and I think that Woody is plugged in very well. You've talked about buying stuff online, you know, paying stuff online. Now, of course, we still have challenges, but there are a lot of systems created. The banking system has a system that they use. The mobile communication companies have a system that they use. How can this system be integrated together so that we're able to sort of like be able to pay for goods and services seamlessly without having a problem?
Right.
If I need something from here, and then creative industry TV talk is all about solution for this. And I want to just make people understand that, you know, creativity in business is a nifty way of thinking, all right? And that's always inspires the person, challenges the person to think beyond, and helps people to find innovative and creative ideas of solutions for their problems. Like you've talked about, you are an engineer. Engineering is about finding problems and solving problems. On that note, David, what is creativity in system integration to you? For example, I want to just look at payment for goods and services in Uganda. From your perspective, how can this be integrated?
Yes. Thank you very much. That's a good question. It all starts from, yes, it starts with a problem, but it also involves the customer, the user, the person who is ultimately going to use these systems.
Yeah.
You can build the most sophisticated system out there, but if the customer is not integral into the design of the system, then it won't work. I think it's called user design,
Yes, I mean, human-centered design.
Thank you.
Yes.
Human-centered design, yes. So the user has to be at the center of the design of the problem that you're trying to solve.
Yeah.
And so that when you solve it, the user is the first to adapt it and use it.
Yeah.
Yes. So it begins from there. Now, talking about, you know, all these payment systems and how they should be integrated, we need to think about the customer. How do they work? How do they live? And then how do they pay for goods and services? So when I go to the market to buy groceries, right? I'm buying maybe tomatoes, milk, whatnot. How am I paying for those goods and services? How much do I have? How much am I willing to spend? All those are, and then how fast do I want it to happen? So the thing about cash is that, one, it is really fast. So if you have tomatoes of 1,000, I'm just going to pull out 1,000 shillings and give it to you.
Yes.
And then I have my tomatoes.
Yes.
That is in a split of a second.
Yeah.
Now, you come up and say, no, let's get that out of the way. We have a better solution here. You know, we're just going to give you a POS machine, and then when a customer comes with their card, they're going to...
By POS, you mean point of sale?
Yes, yes. And then they are going to, you know, swipe their card and then going to pay. The question is it going to be as fast as the system that I already use? Is it going to be similar or even better than the system that I'm already used to? Is it going to be faster than that cash system that I'm, you know, used to? So that's the question. If it is not, people are going to shun it. They're not going to use it because cash is fast. It's the system the thing that I've been using has been working. As the old saying goes, if it is not broken, then, you know, don't try to fix it. Yeah. Yes, it's the same thing.
Wow. David, that's a good answer there. I hope people are actually taking note of that. We're talking about system integration in this whole thing about content creation, product development, buy Uganda, build Uganda. You have a very good product, but your payment system is so weak. I can't use mobile money to pay you, or the mobile money network I'm using, things like AfriCell, who are now running away from the market, are not able to deliver, you know, the network for me to pay the other side. It's a problem for me, it's a frustration for a customer, and they'll have a problem. Yeah. That said, David, what are the 5 creative system integration, in bracket, cooperation methods for local products to adapt at this, you know, stage of COVID-19 situation that we're in? What 5, you know, nuggets or
relevant and satisfactory to their customers? We know internet became very slow. You know, your Zoom call was cutting all the time, and people were very frustrated because now the thing that they needed for the time was not able to adapt to the change that had happened.
Yeah.
So you need to adapt to the change that has happened. If you fail to adapt to the change, then you're going to be booted out of the market.
Okay. What would be the second creative way? You've talked about the first one being adapt and being able to quickly switch from what was traditionally there
Yes.
to what is right now that we're using, which, of course, some people are still putting on their boxers and putting on their suit and sitting in their room and doing their things because that is what the meeting requires, and then they go from there.
Yeah.
Yes. So we ask you about the question of 5 creative system integration ways and methods that local production can use to move forward. You've talked about one, adaptation.
Yeah.
All right, adapt to the new things. And the second one, you talked about being able to see that this product is no longer being good or needed. What can I bring in? Kitenge, shirt, what do I give these guys that I can just throw in quickly and do the thing? Maybe the third and the fourth?
Maybe the second I'll say is that empathize, which is literally put yourself in the shoes of the customer. Yes, COVID has happened. You know, people are losing their jobs. You're a landlord. You're demanding 5 months in advance of rent. Does that make sense? You get? So you have to put yourself in the shoes of the customer and ask yourself, if I was in this position, how would I respond? How would I need to be treated? You know, we saw hospitals charging ridiculous amounts of fees to patients in very, very hard times. You know, they were not empathizing, they were not putting themselves in the shoes of their customers. Yes. So put yourself in the shoes of the customers and ask yourself, if it were me, how would I respond to that particular situation? Yes.
And one more, David, on that system integration, the creative ways. A lot of vegetable sellers around the time of COVID, and still is going on, were not able to, deliver goods and services. While because the mobile system of money, the agents didn't have money.
Right.
The banks were closed.
Right.
We're not able to put in the physical cash.
Right.
To be able to pay for the system, to be able to pay for the goods.
Yes.
And at the same time, the banks are closed, I can't go and get money, and I'm stuck, and then the network was down. How can we make this system work together? That's what we're talking about, the creative system integration that allows for this system to work together so that at no particular time should I be stuck in trying to access goods and services or a local product, because it was easier for me to pay for a product coming from abroad and perhaps DHL will deliver it than the one locally here. So it's very difficult.
So you need to be flexible. You need to think on your feet and say, okay, the situation has changed. This is what we are dealing with right now. How can I handle it? I need the customer's money, and I need to stay afloat in business. How can I achieve my end goal, right? So for example, I'll give you an example at Oduka Stores. We had a physical store in Tinda, but during COVID, because of lockdown and all that, the physical store became redundant. But we're paying rent. In other words, they're just paying rent for free to the landlord, right? About 90. Close the physical store for the time being and save that money and probably put it into something else for the business. Yes, so you have to be flexible and find ways to adapt to the current situation while achieving the end goal, which is surviving and staying in business.
Yes. All right. We're listening to the close. This is the Creative Industry Talk. Eddie Okila, David Okwi. We're discussing local content development. How do you start a product? How do you, a case of Oduka Store, and the founder is here. David Okwi is also the shop manager. People think that you're going to have to throw a little bit more light on the, starting an online, shop, and then you being a shop manager. People think that being a shop manager is just show up in Casa Cafero or whatever, somewhere in Tinder, and then just sit there and you call yourself, I'm a shop manager. But now when you say I'm a shop manager online, they don't understand. They're probably wondering, this guy must be crazy. There's no shop, it's virtually, nothing is there. But at the back end of this thing, David, there is goods and services in the store somewhere.
Yeah.
And it requires the person to be there to make sure it works.
Yeah.
On that note, before you answer that, I want to give you this question as well.
Yeah.
So, what is the focus of creative system integrations? You know, from an architecture, point of view to make things work, and to come up, make things work so that a common person, like I've asked you the question, can understand.
Yeah.
Like I've talked about shop manager or Duka.
Yeah.
Online.
Yeah.
And then people like Ron Kawamaras, and I saw him this morning talking. People don't understand them because they are on the other end. They think that they don't understand the whole concept of being an online shop manager. How does it work?
When you're an online shop manager, you're exactly that, but you're a virtual shop manager, let's say, or a shopkeeper actually. Yes, you're the same person. You're similar to that person who is waiting on the counter, waiting for customers, and fulfilling their orders. Except here, that the customer is not coming to the counter to you to hand you cash and then ask you questions and all that. No, here it is you're all physically separated by distance and space, and you're literally responding to the customer and communicating to the customer through different means. The virtual tools that we have today, which is the internet, you have the phone, you have WhatsApp, you have Twitter, you have Facebook. So as a shop manager, you're scanning all these channels and waiting for all these requests from customers and answering their questions. They come in and say, okay, do you guys have this charger? Or do you guys have this headphone? Do you guys have this phone? The kind of this is how we are responding to customer queries and then fulfilling their orders using delivery and logistics mechanisms that are available on the market.
Okay. David, it sounds very interesting and intriguing at the same time. Were you guys also sleeping in the market? Sleeping in the market like these guys in Nakasero? How was it going your end as shop managers at the time?
And so when you're running a virtual store, like Oduka, your warehouse or where you store your inventory is irrelevant to you and to the customer. It doesn't really matter where this inventory is stored. As long as it's in a secure place, it's in an easily accessible place for the person that is fulfilling that order. So that could be in your home, in your house. It could be in a rented warehouse where you pay a monthly fee to store this inventory. Yes, when an order comes in, you will have to have a mechanism of reaching out to that particular item that the customer has in the inventory or in the warehouse, and then sending it or dispatching it to the customer. Yes, so you have all these different tools, you have these different platforms that are existent right now. I think Jumia has something like that, fulfilled by Jumia, so you literally send your stock to the Jumia warehouse, and then when a customer comes in, makes an order, they're able to fulfill it on your behalf. You don't even have to do it by yourself. If you manage inventory by yourself, that inventory could be at home, or it could be in a store somewhere that is easily accessible, and when an order comes in, you reach out to that warehouse or that store, and then you send it off. Or it could be in a store that is owned by somebody else altogether, somewhere in town or wherever.
So in the spirit of system integration, we're talking about combining this system, because the border system has its own system that it operates on.
Yeah.
And Oduka has a system of people ordering stuff which you operate on, probably a lot of internet consumption and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's a manual guy who just jump on the border, fuel the bike, and hopefully hits the road. How do you integrate these two systems together? When you order, Eddie Okile, the border rider in Kampala is going to get to know it now, or you still have to make a phone call, and then Edo Killer has to go through some police checkpoints there, dodging things at 6 o'clock to get to you. At some point he's arrested, or he probably knocks somebody trying to run away from police, and he said, how do you integrate these things together?
Okay.
Your story like makes sense.
So there are different layers here. There is your store, there is your warehouse, or there is the inventory, there is the ordering platform, which is your website, or it could be a marketplace like Jumia, Gigi, or your own website, or it could be on, excuse me, on WhatsApp, or your Facebook page, or Twitter. Then there is the...
I have a system. A friend of mine developed an app for me to sell clothes, and it's working for me. So I can put Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter onto my app, and it gives me information in real time. However, I have a problem alerting a border guy. Every time I call, is either has no network, or is in a place where I can't get him, or he's riding. Is there a system, or how can we integrate the system I have so that when a customer places an order like this to buy a shirt or something, for example, I sell a lot of workout clothes, and during the lockdown, people are looking for them. It was difficult for me to deliver on time because my border guy is always late, so I had to switch between many borders to try and get deliveries.
Yeah.
Is there a system that I can just do, if a customer ordered, I can integrate into my system, and then the border guy gets a notification immediately, or I can have 5 borders get notification, 5 different locations, and each of them can pick depending on where the customer is. I would like to try something like that, like have a border in Muyenga, have a border in whatever, so that they know the location. Is there a system like that? How can I integrate this system?
Okay.
I think this is a very good question.
Yeah, so which I responded earlier. So he can use a third-party delivery network. SafeBorder has a very good one. I don't know if
Does
he
he
has
have to
tried it.
sign with them?
No, he just has to have a SafeBorder account, that's all. And then anyone, literally, as long as you're a SafeBorder customer, you're able to dispatch a package anywhere around Kampala, and it's absolutely cheap, as long as you're within the radius of the
How do I
borders.
start, David? I think the problem is that the information perhaps is not known to so many people on how to start.
Yeah.
Yes. If you
Yeah.
can throw more light, yes.
Yeah, so if you can just sign up to SafeBorder, the same way that you can order for a ride on SafeBorder, there's a feature there for delivering a package. Yes, SafeBorder is it's just one of the very many other delivery platforms now available. But alternatively, he can also have his own network of border guys. Yes.
Which is what he's saying, how does he integrate? Semakula is not
it's going to be manual, but it's going to work. Absolutely. It's going to work really, really well. And border guys, if you have a border guy or border guys, they are trusted for a fixed amount, for a fixed premium. So that if there is an issue, during the delivery of this product, then we can offset that loss on your behalf.
Yeah, because when I order something from online, normally there's an insurance until that thing gets to Entebbe or gets to DHL until it gets to me. If it gets lost on Amazon, I just click and say, I did not receive my package.
Yeah.
And quite often they will just say, okay, fine, and we'll contact the store manager or the retailer, and then we will get back to you, and in no time they ship another one to me. I don't quite get to understand, but that's the system integrated with insurance.
Yeah.
It's another discussion altogether, because the insurance companies in Uganda don't seem to understand these things, and this is another different ballgame altogether. For example, I'm told that taxis are not insured by any insurance company in Uganda, because the risk of them driving crazy and is apparently too high, and they break. But again, it goes back to you and what you're saying. Lastly, David, as we wind up the show, of course, what is the purpose of creative thinking system integration for local products and brands going forward?
The purpose is increase productivity and stay afloat in business, and to grow. That is, the purpose of being creative. You want to stay afloat in business, you want to grow, you want to increase, you want to be relevant in the market. And every business, organization, company, government needs to have this system integration with creative thinking built in, so that they're able to continuously deliver products and services to their customers. Yes, if it is government, if it is, you know, we have a lot of potholes around the city, you know, how can the authority, the city authority, come up with creative ways to solve some of those problems? Because those are, excuse me, those are problems that, that plague us every single day, you know? And it takes creativity or creative thinking to come up with solutions to solve those problems. Companies need to continuously use creative thinking to respond to threats in the market, to challenges, to respond to competitors. You know, Africell got booted out of the market. Why? Maybe they weren't really that creative enough. But previously, these are the guys who introduced all these social media bundles and, you know, cheap internet and all that. You remember back in the day? Very, very creative. What happened along the way? You know, so you need to be continuously creative to respond to competitors, to respond to market threats, to be relevant to your customers, to be relevant to the citizens and to the people that you're there to build. We had a lot of issues during the second wave of the COVID, you know, with hospitals, you know, they were charging ridiculous amounts of money to do COVID care and patient creativity, you know, it wasn't there. So these are some of the things that we need to think. We had to pay 19 billion for WhatsApp, as simple as it looks in your hands, but that's 19 billion.
Dollars, moreover.
Dollars, US dollars.
No, we're not talking about shillings.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it goes back to your requirements, to your requirement as a client. What am I building and what am I trying to achieve? So if it is, you said it was a restaurant owner, the customer, they use yes. It's an app to help you or to help your customers make orders to your restaurant. Maybe, you know, that is very narrow, and you can sit down with a developer and you come up with a fee. It heavily depends on your budget as a customer. I think you've seen these memes of customer expectation versus customer budget. So it heavily depends on your budget, and then the software developer is going to look into that budget and say, this is what we can come up with within your budget.
Okay.
Yes. So if you have a budget of let's say 2M, the software developer or the agency, the web agency or the app agency that does that is going to say, this is what we can do for you within this 2M budget. If it is 5M, this is what it is. And then the other thing that people maybe don't understand is that building software is not it's not like building a house. A house, you come up with a plan and then you build it and forget you're living in it. Maybe do easy maintenance. With software, it is an ever-evolving system. It's like an organism that is continuously changing, because systems change. You know, you have Android, Google developing Android version this year, 10, then you have I don't know what. So it keeps on changing, and as a software developer, you have to keep on updating the system to adapt to those changes there. Yeah, so it is not build and forget. No, that app with Eddie Okila here. I would say that first, when you think about Build Uganda, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, we live in a free market economy, so people are going to buy your products not because it is Ugandan. No, they're going to buy your product because they love the product, because there is value that they want to get out of that product. So make sure that you're building for the customer and that it meets the standard that the customer expects. Then the customer falls in love with the product and they're hooked. They are your customer forever. Now they happen to be Ugandan, you happen to be Ugandan. Eventually we are building Uganda. Yeah, that's one thing. The other thing is be creative in your business. Adapt to change. You know, look at all the changes. Ask yourself, what has changed in the past 5 years, or what has not changed in the past 5 years? That's also a very good question to ask. And then respond to that change or that thing that hasn't changed. You know, COVID has happened. There are a lot of things that have changed currently. People are now adapting to working remotely. If you're a company, you're still asking people to come to the physical office 9 to 5. Maybe that needs to change. Maybe they need to come in a few days in a week, you know. Now you need to change your processes to allow for people to work from home even past COVID. So these are the changes. Your customers, you still want them to come to the banking hall? Maybe not, you know. Probably they can do some of these things that you require them to come to the banking hall remotely through digital channels that are existent, like WhatsApp, like Facebook, or even your website, you know. We have House of Talent here, it's broadcasting, and it doesn't have all the traditional broadcasting infrastructure that a TV station traditionally has. But here you are, you know, watching us, and you're watching us through all these channels that we have thought about and we are using. Yes, so adapt to the change, look at the things that haven't changed. If they haven't changed, then you know, build your business accordingly. Yeah, so that is my little piece of advice, and I'm also happy to receive some of the advice that you already have.
Thank you very much, David, and for that, and thank you very much, everybody, for being part of the Creative Industry Talk, Growing Bigger and Better today. We've been discussing, you know, local content development as you know, a topic of discussion, and of course, David Okwi is the founder and the shop manager of Oduka Stores. Is an online, you know, business built by Uganda, build Uganda. All right, David, thank you very much for coming. We're gonna have to let this go and spread the love. And please, there's this thing you guys always do when I order for products online, and then you say it is this much. I see it very nice. Then I say how much? I say, inbox me.
Inbox for price.
Yes, for price. That needs to stop because
no,
we are
no,
moving
no,
forward.
it's not
So if I talk about system integration,
yeah,
inbox me needs to stop because it's we are out. Thank you very much, and until next time, Creative Industry, Eddie Okila, David Okwi signing out.
in Uganda for very many years, and I believe Uganda is the place anybody should aspire to live in. We have good weather, we have abundance of food, we have abundance of employment as long as you look out for the right things. But Uganda has been hit in recent times with a stigma of greed, and it shows in everything that we read in the newspapers, it shows on television, it shows even when you're sitting down with people just trying to make ends meet. Everybody wants to bite off a piece that's bigger than what they deserve. That is Uganda's major. Share out that pie equally and of course responsibly, then we will be the best country on the planet. In the next 5 years, I really wish and hope that Ugandans can look at the bigger picture, can look at Uganda as a country, can look at their neighbors, their friends, and see dream. That's what I would like to see in Uganda. That's my.
I love the way you follow me. Oh, yes, I'm gonna Yesu, jewafuka mkwano wange Zeno jakale ngeni jonda gamwe chisacho Angude Jakale ngeni jonda gara kama Jonda virira chitange Jewafuka mkwano wange Nyangalenge jonda gamwe chisacho Angude Angude Hello, you are welcome to the Sunrise Show, to the Sunday Rise Show. My name is Edward Trinomcha, Edward M. For the living incline your ears with trembling and tears of burning. Oh God, at the throne of grace to seek your face, I'm burning, longing for you. My soul longs for you and even faints for you. Oh God, my heart and my soul cries out for the living God, for the living God. Incline your ears with trembling and tears and Oh yes, Lord, I found a Father in you. Oh, what a Father I found in you. What a Father I found in you. Always available when I call your name. Oh, what a Father I found in you, I found in you. What a Father I found in you. Always available when I call your name. Oh, what a Father I found in you. Oh, what a Father I found in you. Always available when I call your name, Jesus. So what a Father I found in you. Oh, what a Father I found in you. Always available when I call your name. Lord, you're always available when I call your name. Jesus, you're always available when I call your name. You are always available, available. Come on, just worship with me. Tell him, Lord, you're always available. Always available, always available. You're always available, available. You're always available, oh. You're always available, available, available for me, oh Lord. You're always available, available. In the sunrise, you're always available, available. At my workplace, you're always available, always available. Oh, 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 always available. He's always available. He's always available. Always available, always available. my heart. You always my heart. And I know you are here. Yes, 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 yes. My name is Edward Trinomche once again. And you are at the Sunday Rise Show. Welcome once again. Welcome back from that short and brief session. I did that intentionally because I wanted to speak certain things to you, and if you notice, I was intentional with the songs I chose to worship God with and in. I am a minister in a church. I serve. I am a child of God. I am saved, very saved, and a soul winner. And I would like to talk to you. I would like us to talk about my journey in the music. How did Edward start playing this very complicated instrument? Very complicated. Believe me, I promise you, this is so complicated. But by the grace of God, how Edward gets to start playing this complicated, I know you can feel the sound, right? Yeah. How does Edward start? When does Edward realize that he can't play this? What drives Edward to play this? I mean, how does he even get to know that he can't sing while playing, that he can worship God while playing? Yeah, he was really playing the melody. I was touched, and he was a kid. She wasn't singing, sorry, but she was playing the song so nicely, and in my heart I started singing with her melody. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. And on that note, actually, whoever is watching this and your birthday is today, happy birthday to you. It's a blessed day to have been born. Yeah, so this lady, happy birthday to everyone that was born today. You are great. Yeah, so this young girl was playing this song, and I was so amazed how a little girl could pile up all those notes in her head and just download them on a keyboard. So she actually got my heart pumping towards music instruments. Until today, when I talk to her, I tell her, you brought me into this. Yes, she's a friend, she's outside. So from that day on, I fell in love with the keyboard. I loved keys. I loved keys. So I played keys about P7. I played keys. I remember at one point, I only knew how to play one key, C, only C. Okay, I want to channel a little bit to the bad side of the story. My dad is a very tough man. Very tough man. He's very tough. And at one point, he really didn't appreciate me going into the music. No. He's an army man, and he wanted me to do things that really put his legacy up to the top. So he never loved me in the music industry. He never loved me with a guitar. He never loved me with a keyboard. He used to complain every time I would be on keyboard, every time I would be on guitar. He would shout out his life and say, "Guy, go and study books." Even in VAC, I had to study books. So he was so bitter. At some point, he actually confiscated my guitar after he gave it back. But it was a tough time learning these things without the support of a father, without the encouragement of a father or relatives. I mean, nobody really got it then. But with time, I decided to follow my passion. And that's important for you. I decided to follow my passion because in the end, I had to do what I loved. I had to do what I feel comfortable with. And so I continued playing this instrument. At some point, a friend of mine invited me to their church, and I did a special item with my keyboard. And that's how I met many friends, and I met a brother. I met a man of God who taught me how to play all keys, and it was so lovely to learn how to play all keys on the keyboard. So how do I get to learn the guitar? Because it's what I'm seated before you today with. If you know a man called Bruno K, yes, Bruno K, the circular artist, yes. Someone is bothered by that. Yes, I was taught my first ever class of guitar was by that man, and I love you, Bruno K. I respect you for that. He's a humble man, and he's a God-fearing man. He used to charge people to teach them. He charged them, I think, by then it was about 150K. I think it was around 50K. Yeah, and for me, he did it for free. Yes, I know you're loving this story. All right, I want to go for a break shortly, and then when I get back, I'll conclude my story, and we shall have a session with you again as we worship God, and I promise you, something big is going to happen. Thank you, thank you.
I've been in Uganda for very many years, and I believe Uganda is the place
You have never failed. You own my days. Oh, you have never failed. All right. You're welcome from that short and brief break. I hope you have a cup of coffee around you. I hope you're seated with someone watching this. And yes, to complete my story, my name again is Edward Rinomcha, as it's flashed down there. And so, yes, Bruno K teaches me guitar, and though I said it's hard, trust me, you can learn how to play guitar. And believe me, when you learn how to play this instrument, it calms you down. It's something you can commune with God with. I mean, you can relate with. You play it anywhere, anyhow, and you can learn. You can learn. If you want to learn, just ask. Just write a comment down there. If you want to learn, just say, I want to learn. They will engage you. The team here will engage you, and we shall make sure you learn to the glory of God. If you want to learn any instrument, I must say, any instrument. Yes, so one thing I want you to notice is that no matter how much negative force I heard, I still followed my passion. And in that, God picked me. I mean, God chose me. I can tell you stories where there were 70 guitarists and they only chose me. Not because I play the best chords, not because I have the best voice, but there is that something. I chose to depend on God against all odds. You understand? So whatever you're doing in life, whatever you're going through, whatever you're facing, whatever mountain, no matter how big it looks, have a name bigger than anything. That name is Jesus Christ. So whatever you're going through, I mean, just find that heartbeat for God. Find something to do for God. Find something to do for God. I was talking to a brother and we were discussing and we were thinking about how people go through things. I mean, you can go through something that money can't solve, that friends can't solve, that nobody can solve. And you end up singing songs like, my only hope is you. And you're not simply singing that song because it's the song you have right now to sing. No. But you've gone through things and you realize it's only God. So, whatever you're going through, listen to God. Listen to that passion in you. Listen to that thing that beats in you. Do that thing that you do and you feel your life is okay. Because in the end, what matters is not how many cars you drove. What matters is not how many houses you built, how many planes you used, how many journeys you took. What matters is the impact you've done in the kingdom of God. What matters is the souls you've won. What matters is that you served God happily. Because it says in the presence of the Lord is fullness of joy. And we live in His presence. Praise the Lord. So, if you want to learn, please just write something down in the comments. We shall sort you. Right now I will welcome questions. Any question about me, any question, people on my page, anything you want to ask, as long as it's in line with what we are up to right here. Yes, so I want to do a song. And why I love this song is because every time I sing it, it reminds me that it's never me. Every miracle I've seen, by the way, I saw my first miracle in ministry as I was singing. I was playing a keyboard. I was playing a keyboard around Mukono area. It was a fellowship and everyone was out, and then, okay, the people were inside but they were praying. And the man of God tells me, I feel the Spirit telling me, you should lead worship, you should sing. So I start singing. First of all, my backups got slain, and then a deaf woman, this woman was deaf for 30 years, received a hearing, and I thank God for that. And this song, every time I sing this song, I remember that it's never me, it's always Him. It's always Him. It's always Him through me. Every minister out there, as you're serving God, may the pangs of your heart always remind you that it's God. It's God. And when you get that, no matter what hardship you go through, you will know that it's God. You won't give up. You won't give up. You will know that it's God. I will not forget you all my days. In every situation, you have never failed. I will not forget you all my days. In every situation, you have never failed. I will not forget you all my days. In every situation, you have never failed. Yahweh, 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 Yahweh. Yahweh, 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 Yahweh. I will not forget you all my days. In every situation you have never failed. Yahweh, 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 Yahweh. Yahweh, 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 Yahweh. I will not forget you all my days. In every situation you have never failed. Lord, I will not forget you all my days. Every situation you have never failed. Do you believe it? He owns your days. If you believe it, just write a comment and tell me. He owns your days. He's never failed. Lord, I will not forget you all my never fail. You're the God of yesterday, God of today, God of tomorrow. You're still the same, my very present help in time of need. In every situation you have never failed. You're the God of yesterday, the God of today. You're the God of tomorrow. You're still the same, my very present help in time of need. In every situation you have never failed. Well, I am sure someone is watching, and this COVID situation, this COVID time, has caused more havoc than good. But I want to tell you something. He is the God of yesterday. He's the God of today. And He's the God of forever. The Bible says He's the Alpha and the Omega. He's the beginning and the end. And never forget that He owns your days. You own my days. In every season. I love God because no matter how sinful we were, He chose to give Christ. What a love. In Ephesians 2, He tells us, while we were dead in sin, when you go and read, you'll realize it says, while we were dead in sin and trespasses, the Bible says in verse 4, it says, but God loved, who is full of mercy. But God, who is full of mercy. I mean, God is a God that loves the world. In quotes, the world. The world. He loved the world. He didn't love the church. I'm not saying He doesn't love the church. But His love was to the world, because then we were in the world. And many times I love it when the one you know as Palazzo. I have been in the music industry, but not to be influenced by them, but to take the love of God there. To take the love of God there. You see what I'm saying? So let's develop the culture of taking the love of God out there in whatever you do, whether you preach the gospel, whether you are singing, whether you are an artist of art. Do things that will pull back men to meditate on God's love, because in the end, mysteries didn't save us. Love did. Come on, mysteries didn't save us, love did. So I want to sing another song, but every time I sing this song, the reality of Christ, the reality of His love, church, I'll give you the answer. It's very simple. It's because he wants us to proclaim his love to the world, not to keep teaching people who already know the love. And it's one of the reasons I play my music. It's one of the reasons I'm going to be faithful to another person out there through you. Just tell them the love of God. With every breath that I make, oh, I will sing all the goodness of God. Your goodness is running after me. Your goodness is running after me. When my life lay down, surrendered now, I give you everything, Lord. Your goodness is running after me. Your goodness is running after me. Oh, your goodness is running after me. Yeah. Oh, all my life you have been faithful, and all my life you have been so good, yeah. Every breath that I am able, I will sing all the goodness of God. I'm amazed that you love me. Sins are washed away, all my sins are washed away. Yes, now my sins are washed away. All my sins are washed away. The true spirit of worship is revealing the person of Christ, is revealing the finished works of Christ, is revealing what he did. Let someone listen to that song you're worshiping with and they feel liberated, because it's why he came. He says he came to set the captives free, and sin had held us into captivity. Now my sins are washed away. All my sins are washed away. Truly no mercy you have Well, this song is saying we have a friend, and that friend is not like any other friend. He loves us. The friends in the world left, but he never left. He loves us. so much for following in. And I want to go for another break. And when I get back, we are going to worship God non-stop. Thank you.
Because in the next 5 years, I don't want people to be calling me up saying, please, can you find me a job? I want people to be calling me up and saying, would you like to come and work with me? That is what I'd like to see. In the next 50 years, I don't want to see my child suffering. I want to see him prosperous. I want to see him with a good wife, with children, with a family of his own, living the dream. That's what I would like to see in Uganda. That's my honest opinion. And I'm Mark Kaheru, I'm Ugandan. What do you say?
There is none like you. Someone just worship God. No one else has touched my heart like you do. I could search for all eternity, Lord, and find there is none like you. There is none like you. No one else has touched my heart like you do. I could search for all eternity, Lord, and find there is none like you. There is none like you. There's no one else has touched my heart like you do. I could search for all eternity, Lord, and find there is none like you. I could search for all eternity, Lord, and find there is none like you. When mountains fall, I'll stand by the power of your help, and in your heart, oh hearts I pray. And Yavietika Evita Sanabio Na Lava 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 Yavietika. Now I worship you, I worship you, Lord, we worship you. You arose and in this place. We worship you. We worship you. We worship you. You arose up in this place. We worship you. We worship you. We worship you. You are awesome in this place. We worship you. We worship you. We worship you. You are awesome in this place. Creator of the universe, what can't you do? What can't you do, Jesus? Name above every other name. What can't you change? What can't you change, Jesus? You are able, great and mighty God. You are able, Jesus. You are able, great and mighty God. You are able, Jesus. You are able, great and mighty God. You are able, Jesus. There is nothing you cannot do, nothing you cannot change, nothing you cannot turn around. You are able, great and mighty God. I put my trust in you. You are able, Jesus. Our God God is greater. Our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other God. Our God is healer, awesome in power of God. Our God is greater. Our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other God. God is healer, awesome in power. God, our God is greater. Our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other God. Is healer, awesome in power. Our God, and if our God is for us, then who could ever stop us? And if our God is with us, then what can stand against? If our God is for us, then who could ever stop us? And if our God is with us, then what could stand against? Stand against. Our God is greater. Our God is stronger. God, you are higher than any other. You healer, awesome in power. God, you are higher than any other. Healer is awesome in power. I love you, Lord. You are good. You are good. Bye-bye. Lord, we praise you. For we love you, Lord. You are good. You are good. Lord, we praise you. For we love you, Lord. You are good. You are good. Tukwagala katonda waffe, tukusinga katonda waffe. Webale, webale nnyo. Tukwagala katonda waffe, tukusinza katonda waffe. Webale, webale nnyo. Mana turagukunda kandi turagushimira. Urakoze, urakoze cyane. Mana turagukunda kandi turagushimira. Urakoze, urakoze cyane. Lord, we praise you. For we love you, Lord. You are good. You are good. Lord, we praise you. For we love you, Lord. You are good. You are good. Lord, we praise you. For we love you, Lord. You are good. No matter what you're going through, just praise Him. You are good. Lord, we praise you. For we love you, Lord. You are good. You are good. Lord, we praise you. For we love you, Lord. You are good. You are good. Lord, we praise you. For we love you, Lord. You are good. You are we praise you, for we love you, Lord. You are good. Father, we thank you for this time. Oh, thank you for whatever you've done to everyone that was listening. I know something has happened to you. If you worship out there, please step out and worship. Don't wait to gather much. No. Get what you've learned and use it to the glory of God. Don't listen to critics. Don't listen to men that have gone before you, that are despising you. Just do as you feel led of God. You can bless someone with the little you think that you have. Just go out there and worship. Go out there and preach. Go out there and use the gift God has put in your life. Lord, we praise you, for we love you. Thank you. Bye. Alright, till next time, please keep tuned, keep loving this family, the Sunday Rise Show. We know you are blessed wherever you're watching. In case of anything you need, please just write to their pages. And we love you. I love you personally. Go and be blessed. Thank you so much. Edward Trinomtsha, my name. Amen.
You're asking yourself, critical thinking. Critical thinking. What do you think that means? Someone will say it's deep thinking. In Uganda, kufumitiriza, deep thinking. Why is it important to think deeply about things, about anything, about everything? Why is it important? You will be saying, mistakes. The reason why I need to think deeply about something is because I want to have the right outcome, the intended outcome. So we all live our lives in such a way that we have visions. Those visions is what you call intended outcome. I intend it, and therefore I need specific actions that should produce the results. But in those actions, there are also stakeholders, different people along the way. So I intend to achieve X in this much time, but who are the involved parties? And how do I navigate to still achieve what I want to achieve, regardless of the forces that are against my working? So critical thinking is your ability to arrive at what you intended with minimal costs. That's all. Whether in marriage, whether at work, in your progress, in your career, whether even it comes to innovation, where you want to come up with solutions, you want to create, it requires you to think deeply. But now when you say think deeply, there's another question that comes to mind. How do you think deeply? Because when we were in school, what? What? They will say it, they'll say critical thinking, they will say out of the box thinkers, people who think out of the box. But remember, you've been thinking in the box. But now they require you to think out of the box. They're looking for people who are resourceful, who can take initiative, who are creative, who can come up with solutions, things that no one actually taught you. So critical thinking, and the book or the guide that I have written is to allow people to have the tools, the mental tools, to navigate through their intentions and through the execution towards those intentions. That's the idea about critical thinking. So, we now know what critical thinking is about. But what are the tools? What tools? What are those mental tools? What do I do? How do I think critically? Now, how to think critically is what I summarize as 5-dimensional thinking, or different dimensions of thinking that collectively allow you to critically think about something. And it starts with the first dimension. By the way, you know what the word dimension means? Well, dimension means something having substance and depth enough to be believable. Something having enough depth and substance to be believable. That's dimension. So we're going to talk about 5 dimensions, and the first dimension is always look at the parts. Meaning everything in life is made up of parts. Everything, including your body, is made up of parts. Little cells, and then they make up eyes. But also when it comes to mechanics, cameras, anything you touch, a watch, everything we see is made up of parts. So the first thing is to always look at the parts. But that is not only scientific, we also apply it in situations. Every situation starts as an event. One little event, second event, third event, then collectively they create a situation. The whole is made up of parts. So look at the parts. Number 2, look at the relationship between the parts. Meaning, how does this part relate to this part? If it's in a camera or a car, for example, which is also made up of parts, how does this car part relate with this other car part? That's how we learn to drive. You cannot operate a car unless you know the relationship between and. See, those are all parts. Now, teaching you how to drive is to teach you how to relate. The timing between the parts allows for the function of such a device to actually work. So you look at the parts, you look at the relationship between the parts. Number 3, you look at the environment within which the parts relate. In Uganda, otunulira obuntu, buli kintu kyonna kikolebwa obuntu obutundutundu. So otunulira obutundutundu bw'ekintu, n'otunulira n'enkolagana ey'obutundu. Ekyokusatu, n'otunulira embeera obutundu mu bukolaganira. Embeera obutundu mu bukolaganira. Can't quote example. I'll give you an example. You imagine you've seen a beautiful girl. You're in a taxi. She's beautiful. You could say, yeah, she's beautiful, and move on. That's one event. It's a part. However, if you decide to stop the taxi man and say, stop there, and you walk back to meet the girl, hello, my name is so-and-so. That's a second part. Before you know it, you've created a third event. Then there's a situation. She's your girlfriend, but you're married. Oops. You're married, but you don't also have what? Embeera, financially. The environment is not conducive for you to add another part to your relationship that you already have with too many other parts. Your kids, your mom who stays with you, and your wife. Now you're adding another part, and you're creating a relationship within an environment that is not sustainable. You see? So you look at the parts, you look at the relationship between the parts, you look at the environment within which the parts relate. Now, what's the fourth dimension? The fourth dimension is about you putting yourself in the shoe of somebody or of a situation, then remove yourself. Then you put others in that situation, then remove them. Then stand back and observe how your mind creates solutions. Those are too many words. The simplest of words would be, think of what if. What if? What if this girl that I add to the part in a relationship of a new environment that makes me aside XY, perhaps if that happens, it causes XYZ, then what do? I get into problems. My wife discovers that XY is happening, and perhaps part of the money we've been as a family comes from my wife. She has a better job than. Then now you have a situation where the other girl now is not interested in you. So it's now our thief. So before you start to talk to the girl out of the taxi, stop back, look at the parts, look at the relationship between the parts, look at the environment, then say, what if that what if in Uganda is watya. Watya ngo mwana onandetedde ebizibu. That thought of watya is what causes you to be fearful, okutya, nootya. And then what happens? You let go, you stay in your taxi and continue to your destination. So what have you done? You've solved a problem before it even began, because that problem is what you call a situation that takes place after a series of events that you did not intend, but you were just acting emotionally on your feelings, and now they become a burden on you. And therefore your vision, your intentions, which is the fifth dimension, what do you intend? Mu Luganda kyekinyumenyo bagamba ogenderera ki? Kiki kyogenderera? So let's go back to our situation where you brought in a side friend into the relationship. So I would ask you, if that's the fifth dimension of intention, what did you intend? Wabadde ogenderera ki? Mu Luganda, the word okugenderera comes from the word okugenda, which is a verb. It's a doing word. The thought and action are related. So if you are seated in that taxi using critical thinking, the 5 tools, you know what you will say? What is my intention? Okwesanyusa oba mirembe mu maka gange. You see how that is different? So what if I bring in this woman, okwesanyusa, will it also add emirembe to me? If the answer is no, then ekigendererwa kyo si kyakwesanyusa but mirembe. Therefore, let the girl go. Continue in your taxi. That's a very simple situation that can turn ugly, and a lot of people's lives have become havoc to themselves simply because they didn't have tools to allow them to assess and achieve the intended outcome. Critical thinking, 5 parts, 5 dimensions. Can we repeat them? Number 1, look at the parts. Look at the relationship between the parts. Look at the environment or context within which the parts relate. Ask yourself, what if? Intention is basically your feeling. How do you feel? Because also feelings are feedback mechanism. And always remember, every time you think about the 5th dimension, think of this scary thought. What you make others feel is what you mean to them. Think about it critically.
I have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Hello?
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
I've never noticed that I have daughters until recently in February 2019. Is when I realized that I actually have girls. Before that, I would see them as children. The idea that they are kids, the children. A father looks at children. The world doesn't see them as such. It has a lens through which they relate with them. And that lens is called woman. It's called girl. And so that changed my perspective of how I see my children today. I see them as, because then I'm like, okay, the world has all these lenses of women as tools for sale of products. Everywhere you go, they're used for music, selling of music. They're used for selling sex. They're used for all types of functions, and I'm calling them functions. So in a man's world, these are the functions through which they relate with a woman who was yesterday a girl child. And then that becomes scary. And so that's now what shapes my thinking. I have an 11-year-old who turns 12, but then she was still 11, and a 7-year-old. So I sat them down because we use critical thinking, so we had to break down things. And the conversation began in that context of how the world has been structured from day one. And it's structured to operate as a man's world. And the role of women is a small corner in that world. And once in a while, men call some of those, out of the many, they give an opportunity to some of them to come to the world of men. If it's boardrooms, once in a while, but even when it's boardrooms, they will give them the role of a catering service provider. You know, a person who organizes the teas in the board. You're a board member, as someone else said, a friend of mine, I'm a board member, but I might as well be the kitchen lady while, you know. So once in a while, that's that sort of relationship. Now, my girls have been raised to think that they're going to change the world. That's what they believe. That's what they know, because they see the need of the biological context of who are responsible for putting your biological form together. And therefore that introduced me to spirituality quite early, where I referred and looked at the Creator as the source of both mother and father. And so that allowed me to connect quite early. And ever since then, that's how the relationship is. And so my father, who I later discovered was my father after some time.
This is the biological father now?
That's the body form father. And therefore I am like, oh, okay, so I can account for the idea that this body form carries the body type of that particular person. But as for my mom, I spent most of my first 5-10 years with her. But again, we were not close. We became close more when I started my journey to Nairobi and start a few of the passions I had. And I saw a different side of herself, which was a side of always, with the little she had, she could always, you know, work towards ensuring. Like one time she got on a bus, she got a taxi to pursue a bus, an Akamba bus, because she knew I only had money to take me to Nairobi, but I didn't have pocket money for any emergency. So when she found it, she had to pursue the Akamba bus until Nkoko Njeru, somewhere in Kono, and they had to stop the bus, and my mom came up with an envelope too. That's the first time I realized, oh, my mom cares. But before, she was struggling with the idea that this is a young man who has no father, and therefore the relationship wasn't really lovey-dovey. And so that was my first introduction of her as a mother. It was when I was about 17 years. So as I said before, the biological dimension of myself in relation to the question you asked is limited, that I can't speak of it that much. I never thought of my mom as a person who doesn't care. And neither did I think of her as a person who cares. As I mentioned before, that side of myself was blocked. I had no opinion for both. And it was funny because the other source I was tapping in sort of fulfilled both sides. The female side of nurturing and love, I could feel it through that force. I could also feel that masculine sense of direction and purpose and being driven and intensity, you know, intention and stuff. I could feel that strongly. So I developed both sides, but not through the biological parent. And I could also find elements of of a mother in other people that were not directly related to me. One particular person comes to mind, a lady, my mother, Muchala Luwama, we call her Mami Robina, in the orphanage where I later on grew up. And I could see the other dimension of that. And that was even more powerful because it wasn't conditioned on biological relationship. Therefore, it introduced me to the idea that love is a universal sort of force. And so, yeah, that's how I relate with that body of knowledge. My daughter lives in a different dispensation than I did. And therefore, perhaps the tools of my upbringing might not be practical for her. So rather than giving her that, I thought that perhaps I need to give her something that is more user-friendly for the generation coming. Something that she can use, but also quickly pass on, and it becomes timeless. And so I'm not raising my girls to be great workers, no. I'm raising them to be great thinkers. That's all. I think in this information age, yeah, you don't want to get your children to work towards being workers and looking for jobs and doing jobs. No, you want them to be critical thinkers, because wherever life throws them, they don't need anything else. That's all they will need, and they can operate on a global scale. That's how I'm raising them. So to answer your question, no, I can't raise them the way I was raised. It's absurd. It's a gone thing. I benefited from it to the extent that it's created and shaped my thinking. But a lot of my thinking is shaped with the future in mind. And I draw only from history beyond my history. So I read very widely from the Battle of Hastings in 1066 and its impact on the world. I read about the 1681, the laws in America that created efficiency in relation to near zero marginal costs in relation to productivity, growth. I read about energy forms, I read about communication forms. So I don't consider my history that great in relation to global history. Cultural roots, then I find a certain value that shaped who I am, and I tend to draw more from that cultural identity of myself than I draw from my family identity as an individual. So then I can be able to analyze and be able to say, while this was happening in Europe, what were my kings doing at that time? When Christ was happening, what was Chintu doing? So I call it retrospective history. I keep analyzing the global context within our cultural context, and then I start looking for themes that allow me to understand the principles beyond the physical expressions of what they would call development. The things we look at and say, those guys are better. They spend too much time in the physical. My people spend too much time in the unseen, and they lived there quite a lot. So now that we live in a world that is unseen more because of the new 5G technology, the world is going to be more of the unseen, and how you experience it is going to be more important than physical. For example, Uber already has expressed that. People are tending to be more in love with having access to mobility or transportation as opposed to ownership of an item called a car. So then what happens to the physical realm where you thought that the car defined you? So that's from the perspective of Western history, embedded in our psyche, in our music, in our expressions of forms of expressions. And now that we are in a world where it's 5G, then the African spirit is going to become the spiritual property, whereas theirs was intellectual property. So you see now, intellectual property protection, Africa, spiritual property protection. And that's where the future is. That's 5G. That's critical thinking. That's where I'm more focused on. Yeah. So I draw from my history, but not simply from my 1977, because everything else can fit in. Seek ye first the kingdom of spiritual property, then all these intellectual property will be added unto you. So when you come from the world, as I've mentioned, the argument would be right to say culturally that should not happen. But also when you go back to our cultural context, especially the Uganda, you realize that very early on, men accounted for the role of women in the political establishment or management of society. How did they do it? It was simple. Men had a concept that says, this king of ours should have children from among every clan. Yes. So kings can't have children other than through women. So all the women in Uganda were raised to have the ability to be queens, because the chances that you can offer a queen for your kingdom means politically you've aligned to the power that be. And therefore, that also the king takes the what? The clan of the mother. That is substantial. They're trying to say that the inheritance is beyond the physical form. And you have to remember that in Uganda, property did not belong to individuals. They didn't have need to own, because everything was owned by the king on their behalf and by the people on behalf of the king. So you couldn't find the beginning and the end. So therefore, where there's no property, they didn't have refrigerators, they did not have land titles. So why would they then discriminate against a woman? They couldn't. So in our cultural context, therefore, women discrimination was never a case. Never a case. Because they understood their role in making a man a king. And so that's why I'm saying that the recent knowledge we see of the Prime Minister is only limited to the recent confusion that the current education disposition brings in the mind of the learned, the elite, and they've accumulated some property and they feel I need to keep this in check, in line with my male dominancy. And I think it's a journey that they need to walk beyond, but it's a beginning. And I think I love the conversation, that started a conversation. But as to whether that conversation means anything in relation to the future is where now critically we need to think. What does it mean now when women also have a right to own property? Then what happens to a woman when she's leaving Earth? Who has the right to her property now? Does she give it to her son? If a son, why? Explain to her why. If it's to a girl, and why not a girl? Explain to her why. That's when the problem is going to arise. Then we have powerful women who are more owners of resources than their husbands, in which case the husband is only advantaged to the degree of the lady's resource. So now who is in charge of inheritance in that context? And that's going to be even more moving forward. So that narrative needs to be critically thought through than just, discussing it at a very superficial level. And so that's what I would think. I'm not doing anything really special to my daughter in relation to critical thinking, other than one thing, the idea that I am deliberate about it. And they also find it interesting. I create little stories, like when you read the book, those little stories make sense to kids as much as they make sense to old people. And so when they follow the steps, they can see the parts, they can see the relationship, they can see the environment, they can see what if, they can see intention. And therefore, once they get the gist of it, because you're deliberate every day as they do their little small things per day, whether they're doing school or at home, they're chatting with their friends, where you're driving, and you're constantly asking, okay, which dimension is that? Okay, but you've not, so you gamify the idea of critical thinking. So it becomes a lifestyle. They talk about it, they see things through that. When someone does something, if I do something, they say, but Daddy, that's not critical thinking. And they challenge me. I'm like, okay, yes, it's true. I didn't see that part, but I'm happy you saw that part, because we do acknowledge in the book that there's what we call blind, corners of knowledge, and we are not all knowing. But for the parts we can see, we at least are deliberate enough to get it. So really the question is being deliberate as a parent, being deliberate to raise up children that can meet the world on equal terms is really what critical thinking as a tool does and empower them with. My mother in 1958, August 8th, she was born. Uganda gets independence in 1962, she's 4. In 2010, I look at the history and ask myself, did my grandfather see my mom then as a 55-year-old in 2012, meaning 50 years later, seeing her then? She was just a little girl. So, before I talked to my grandfather to say, wow, why didn't you see, if you had seen my mom then as a 55-year-old, would you raise her differently? If the answer would be yes, what would you empower her with to be relevant in 2012? So now those questions he can't answer. But you know what he can answer? Is to tell me that now I am in his shoes, because in 2012, my young girl was turning 4. Literally, the same cycle has happened. Now I have to face 2062, October 9th, and raise this 4-year-old like as if she's 55 years old. I have to know if she's 55-year-old, then she's likely to have a 35-year-old who becomes my grandson. Yes, that I don't need to tell her anything more. My life has been a reflection of a story that should make a mother be proud to have a son. My name is Kawesa Richard. I am a strategist, a father of 3, who is extremely intentional about critical thinking as a tool for success and also relevance for their lives for the next couple of thousand years to come.
Hi, my name is Mujiz Hilary, and this is my story on XXL. How did I become an artist? I was born an artist, I must say. I've been doing art since I was year high till now, so it's one of those things. I was born to be an artist. How do I describe my art form? I think I'm a digital artist. I use computers. The computer is what I use to create this amazing work I have. But I can draw and paint, but I'm focused on the digital kind of work. What motivates me? I believe our environment as it is, the stories that are told happening, whatever happens in our environment inspires me. People, nature itself, structures, anything around me inspires me. So I don't have a specific source of inspiration, but our environment and the humans we interact with inspire me. Does my work impact community? Of course. Recently there's this art piece that was done at a big cultural event. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, the Kabaka's piece during his coronation. It was unveiled. It made so many people happy. My phone was buzzing every minute or second, they're like, yo, we have seen your work at this event, congratulations. Many were happy, like, oh, some money, of course some were like, some money, but it was the impact at which, actually the reason at which I did it that meant so much to me. I wanted to give something to the Kabaka. How do you say happy birthday to a king, or congratulations on what you've done? I did something that changed the norm on what society embraces as art. 2, James Cambridge Butabika. I'm sure you people have heard of it. There are buses that move around. Definitely, we haven't thought of buses with artwork. My work is on buses, you know. UAP, Old Mutual, it's an insurance company. Their office is branded with my work. And this is just art, you know. So how do I impact the community as well? Kids or the young generation looks up to me. I'm a symbol of hope to some. People stop me while I'm walking and shake my hand. They're happy to be around my presence. Those are things that inspire me as an artist, and I feel I'm a symbol of hope, and I'm creating a shift in what the community sees as an artist. What inspires me when I wake up, first of all, I know I'm going to do something amazing. We artists have the power to change the world. I keep telling this to many people around my circles. And how do you change the world? Changing the world ain't changing the norm or changing political views. Changing the world is making someone happy through seeing your work. Changing the world is inspiring. I'm working on, so I have things I do every day. And the excitement of doing them keeps me going. Heal. Medicine ain't the only way that heals people. I would want to have a school that would maybe teach the next generation what we as artists do, but at a fundamental level, to the biggest level. So 5 years, if I'm alive, definitely I intend to do so much as an artist and see what we can do. My upbringing, my friends, the society I'm with, I keep around myself. So yeah, I believe my characters come up from my upbringing, mainly, not through a parent specifically. If you love me very well, touch me very well. That's my best song at the moment, and I'm glad it's done by Ugandan. I love it so much. So singing ain't one of those, but maybe boxing. Yeah, I'm a boxer, so that's something I can do. I'm a Hillary, and that was my story on Double XL.
My name is David Okwi, and I'm the shop manager here at Oduka. Our vision is really to bring technology closer to the people, closer to you, tech that you can afford, tech that lasts, tech that is durable, and tech that you can use to simplify your life. My inspiration behind starting Oduka came from the fact that I've been blogging or writing about tech for the past 10 years, but the stuff that I've been writing about has not been locally available in the market. So what we did is, let's bring this technology to the people. So we really had to start a store, an actual store that you can order today and then have the product delivered to you tomorrow. So currently we launched with mobile accessories. Think a car phone charger, car phone mount, iPhone charger, micro USB, Type-C, charging accessories like this power extension here with 4 ports that you can use to charge your phone, as well as the other ports for appliances. We test our products and make sure that they're up to standard. We vet our suppliers. We don't just get any supplier. Other than the fact that COVID-19 has forced you to sell online, there are very many advantages why you should do that. One of the advantages is the convenience that you're bringing to your customers. Two is that you have a wide market that expands beyond your working clients. We intend to grow, to bring more tech, to bring tech to the everyday user out there, and to bring really good tech. In order to do that, we intend to scale our product categories and to also cement our position as a leader in electronic products.
Kampala Capital City Authority, the entity appointed by the Parliament of Uganda to be responsible for the day-to-day operations within Kampala, the capital city in Uganda, has over the years embarked on various initiatives and projects to better the living conditions within the city. One main area of focus for KCCA is water and sanitation, especially in vulnerable urban poor areas.
I'm Alan Koronziza, and I'm the program manager for the citywide inclusive sanitation program in Kampala. Kampala is a city of over 1.5 million residents who double during the day to over 3 million. Out of those 1.5 million residents, we found that 1% of those actually don't access any sanitation facility whatsoever. So they commonly use methods like the flying toilets that I'm sure many of us are aware of. We also found that the majority of the residents live in these are settlements that are congested as a result of that. These are settlements that have limited access to basic services and utilities. We also found that when these toilet facilities fill, over 50% emptied the contents into the environment untreated. And a similar percentage number of these facilities get emptied safely when they are filled. So what that means is that we have a whopping 67% of our waste from these toilets that is either stuck in the communities where we live, or that is emptied into, or disposed into the environment untreated.
Yeah, my name is Senablia Francis. I'm the head teacher of St. Peter's Primary School in Zambia. We are actually very grateful to Kampala Capital City Authority for having identified us to have an improvement of sanitation in this school.
KCCA identified fecal sludge management as a key area to focus on as far as water and sanitation is concerned within Kampala.
Before we got the assistance from KCCA of sanitation, we had toilets.
Last year, KCCA initiated the Wayonje app as a way of improving sanitation service delivery in the city. Members were given out smartphones, and we started using that app.
So with the GSMA funding, we've been able to invest in mobile-based applications that help to link communities with the service providers. The same applications help the service providers know how they are delivering the service, so they can actually increase their efficiencies. And the same mobile applications help KCCA understand where is the service being provided, where is it not provided, so that KCCA can reallocate the resources to the areas where the service is not being accessed very well.
Okay, we've got a new job, and he's having a septic tank with a flush toilet.
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup of a call center to provide information to population and secondly, to link them to service providers. And now, with active involvement of the private sector-led interventions, things are looking up. And it's not just KCCA's commitment to a better Kampala and the strategic partnerships that is transforming fecal sludge management issues within the city.
So what we're seeing over a space of 1 year, when we've started this approach of using the technology to actually address this service chain, is we're seeing a 20% increase in the amount of fecal sludge that is actually being evacuated from the communities. So we're actually seeing more toilets being emptied, we're seeing more service providers actually being employed or called upon to provide these services. So this GSMA funding has been very, very critical, it has been very helpful in actually tightening or linking that part of the service chain and ensuring that a citywide service is actually being delivered.
The whole program, I can range it, it has been at its facilities and the NEMA license, which is the last license that is required in rendering this sanitation business. So the whole process, at first we saw that maybe KCC has come to kick us out of the business, but we were far short-sighted. But in the due course, in the process, we saw that KCCA want to shape our final destiny in this sanitation business because we are given the priority such that we can comply.
Fitness Junction would love to thank you for your continued support and patience during these trying times. With the ongoing pandemic, we have come up with different standards of operation that can keep you safe and keep us safe. Come have a quick tour with me.
Room. This is XXL season 4, and particularly a gentleman who I would say, in my own opinion, shaped the media landscape in Uganda after the 1986. The gentleman known as Mr. William Pike is on the show today to talk about the book that I think is the greatest book so far at the moment in Uganda. And of course, the book that rhymes most of the books written, telling the story of Uganda before the 1986 and perhaps after the 34 years. William Pike, in his book, talks about some very intimate stuff and as well as some very difficult moments of the history of Uganda and as a country. Let's dive into it. And William, welcome to the show.
Thanks for bringing me on, Eddie.
Tell me about your flight from Nairobi to Kampala.
Well, I haven't tried tried Uganda Airlines yet. I must try it. I normally come on Jambo Jet, and it's fine. I come every month to Uganda to check on Capital Radio. So I'm still around.
Okay, so you haven't flown Uganda Airlines. But did you fly the Uganda Airlines, the original Uganda Airlines?
Flew Uganda Airlines in the old days.
Yes.
And I think even in the book, there's a story of how when I moved to Uganda, which was in, I think, June 1986. So I'd been covering the Bush War before then, but I actually moved and came to work at New Vision full-time in June 1986. We went on Uganda Airlines Boeing 707 from Gatwick, and then we got all the way over to in Rome in, I can't remember when that was, 1989 or 1990. So that's how, but that's the last time I flew Ugandan Airlines. But I look forward to flying the new Ugandan Airlines.
Okay. What do you think of the Ugandan airline of today versus the Ugandan airline of the old days?
Well, it's too early to comment, but my government Kenya Airlines is requesting the government to nationalise it. Rwanda Air survives on subsidies from the state, substantial subsidies. Ethiopian Airlines is the most profitable and successful song on YouTube, and that's where the song came from.
All right, and so you decided that the title of the book came from, and anything particularly that drove you to it?
If you listen to those songs in those days, and I think this is what it's very difficult for people to imagine, even the Bobby Wine followers, it's difficult for them to imagine, but this Bush War struggle was in some ways selfless. It was genuinely patriotic. Of course there were mistakes and flaws, and people are human, so people are not saying they were perfect, but it was genuinely motivated by feelings of sacrifice and patriotism, which is why those songs, something like that song, Fellow Patriots and Combatants in the Struggle, that's why it captures that mood, and so that's why I wanted to use it. And actually, the people who follow Bobby Wine and think we need a change and blah blah, they might actually find that if they knew more about this, the NRA struggle, that they actually somehow identify with it and sympathize with it. It's not so different.
So they're cold.
Well, you know, everyone desires a better world, a more progressive society. The conditions, of course, then were terrible. I mean, at least between 1971 and 1986, at least 500,000 Ugandans died. It was a much more terrible time than it is today. So in that sense, you can't compare the Bobby Wine followers with the NRA.
You have heard the part that William talks about, the beginning, the title of the book, the song and the struggle and what is going on right now in the country. But William, let's get a little bit more specific to the book itself. Why the book?
What happened was that in around 1988, a British publisher asked me to write a book. And so I submitted the book in around 1991, but it was too detailed about Ugandan politics for the British publisher. And then I submitted it to a local publisher here, but the local publisher wanted to change it. I didn't want to change it very much. So then it sat in a drawer. And then about 3 years ago, I thought, no, it can't just sit in a drawer. So I wrote a final chapter. The first 14 chapters are really about up to 1993 or 92. And I wrote a last chapter about how President Museveni decided to lift term limits, about how I left New Vision, my final thoughts on the Bush War, was it worth it? To what extent had Uganda been transformed? There was a question when we were in the book, there's a theme. The first time I went to visit Uganda was in the Luwero Triangle, when the Bush War was at its murderous height. The second time I went to visit was the so-called liberated zone in western Uganda. And in Masaka, I stayed with the headquarters of Salim Saleh. And then one day we were driving, he was taking me we were going to see something, he was showing something. And as we were driving along at Murum Road somewhere, Saleh said, "Is this a revolution? You know, this is the Russian Revolution." The circuitous path that led me to Uganda in the book. Yeah. But I was born in Tanganyika, as it was then, in 1952. where my father was a colonial officer. And then when I was older, we went back to England and I went to school in England. But I always retained, you know, a feeling or something for Africa. And then in my 20s, when I became a journalist, if you're a journalist, it's always much better to write about something that interests you and which you have, where you want to develop a deep understanding. So I started writing about Africa. Then I went to be a foreign correspondent in Tanzania in 1982. And Tanzania at that time was also in a very hopeless economic state. And it was rather depressing. And it was very difficult to work or live in Tanzania in those days. So I came back to the UK and went to do a master's in African Studies at the School of Oriental and Africa Studies. And there I met a mature PhD student who happened to be a Ugandan exile called Ben Matogo. And we started talking, and I was telling him about Tanzania, and he talking about the problems of Africa. And then it turned out he was the London representative of the NRA, NRM.
You didn't know about this?
No, I didn't. No, he was just a guy. It was just like, I'm having a coffee in the coffee bar. This guy's having a coffee there. Hi, how are you? Get chatting. Then we used to meet up in the coffee bar. So it became a personal relationship, and then I discovered these things.
Okay.
And then to cut a long story short, journalists always want to get a big story. There was all these rumors of atrocities in the Luwero Triangle. There was a so-called guerrilla group, or were they bandits? It was a big story. No one knew exactly what was going on. So other journalists were also trying to go, but eventually I ended up being the journalist that was taken to the bush by the NRA, which was, I think, looking back,
experience meeting President Yoweri Museveni?
Well, to get to see Museveni was a real struggle, because I got a phone call one day in London, come to Nairobi now. I said, I can't come now, but I'll be there in a week. So I got to Nairobi, met Katagaya. Katagaya sent me to Entebbe, stay in the Lake Victoria Hotel. Someone will come and greet you and say, are you EK's friend? So Aston Kajara came and said, are you EK's friend? I said, yes. Then it took a week to get me into the bush through a lot of hassles, getting caught in roadblocks. Remember what it was like, but it was super dangerous in Kampala. Much more dangerous being in Kampala than being in the bush with the NRA.
Wow.
No one was outside after 6 o'clock. Everyone was in. If you were outside after 6 o'clock, you were a security operative or something, an army person. It was really scary, incredibly dangerous. Eventually, they decided I had to walk out, because it wasn't possible to drive me out because of all the difficulties. A guy called Bob Kagoro, who was the manager of Total, was the head of the cell that was taking care of me, the 3-man cell. So I stayed at his house in Kasubi. And then one night we walked out from Kasubi, walked through the dark, walked to Nansana, where there was a little camp, NRA camp hidden in a coffee bush. Picked up 5 NRA people. I walked out with one person, picked up 5 guys in Nansana. Then from there we walked to what was called Black Bomber Camp. My night vision was very poor. So I walked for kilometers and kilometers holding Kale's hand like a little child.
Wow.
And then I got very, very, very tired. And I kept saying, when are we getting there, when are we getting there? He said, oh no, we'll soon get there, we'll soon get there. So then we walked on, and then we got out of the forested part of Luwero and into the grasslands in Bulamezi. So something like, that must, so after about 2 days, just almost 2 days, we reached Museveni's camp, the headquarters of Mobile Brigade. Having walked something like 110 kilometers. and I was wrecked. And then the next morning, they took me to see Museveni.
All right. So tell me something. In the book, you happen to be the first journalist, if I'm not mistaken, and foreign journalist to ever see Museveni in his camp.
Yeah, I think that's, there was actually another journalist who went in. So there were 3 journalists who visited the NRA in the bush. Actually 4 journalists, I think. The first one was called Tom Lansner, who was the Reuters correspondent, and he's still a friend of mine. He was an American journalist.
Okay.
And he went just to the Matuga area with Katagaya in about September 1981, very soon up. But they just hid in the bushes and they didn't really do very much, but they were very small. At that time, there were probably only 100 or 200 soldiers in the NRA. It was a tiny group. Then in 1982, the NRA overexpanded with hindsight and created a liberated zone in the Wero. But that, if you follow the law of guerrilla warfare, you shouldn't take territory that you can't defend.
Yes.
And they tried to set up a liberated zone, and that was actually a disaster because it allowed the UNLA to attack fixed positions.
Yes.
And the NRA didn't, suffered a lot of setbacks at that period. But a journalist called Hans Germani from Germany went to that liberated zone, or that controlled area, whatever you call it, at that time. But he never really did a proper write-up of it. So although he went, people don't really know about it.
Yes.
Then I went there in 84, July, August 84. And then in 1985, after they'd opened the second front in the Ruwenzori Mountains, Tim Cooper and Alison Porteous, who are still around Uganda sometimes, they went and did some TV programs in, I think at the end of 85, end of 84, beginning of 85.
Yes.
So those are the only journalists who ever properly visited NRA in the bush.
But they never met Museveni particularly?
No, I don't think they did. No, they didn't do interviews and all of that stuff with Museveni.
Okay, so let's talk about you meeting Museveni at that point. But point for you to actually note is that 1984, I was, I think, 2 years old or 1 year old or something like that. So you can imagine the contrast when I sit to actually interview William right now, and this is a story of so many Ugandans as well. Let's get into a commercial break, and when we come back, on XXL Season 4, on the hot seat today is actually the senior citizen, Mr. William Pike. You all know him. So William, meeting Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the fearless man, for the first time, what was running in your mind at that moment when you appeared and said, finally I'm here and this is Museveni, the guy I've been looking for?
Of course it was very exciting. Because actually that was the journey. You're picking up information about the NRA, but
you found it exciting, William? Not scared?
Scared and being exciting. I mean, two sides of the same coin. Really.
Yes, yes.
Obviously, as a journalist, to get the interview Museveni was a big thing, and it would be a centerpiece of any article that I wrote in the British papers. Because in the morning,
Wow.
So we did lots of interviews, but then after we started talking about, so he told me about his history, who he was, the NRA struggle, politics, blah, blah. Saying he was completely confident. That was the very striking thing at the time. He said, if we had 3,000 rifles, I can't remember the exact numbers, it's in the book, 3,000 more rifles, AK-47s, 1 million rounds of ammunition, and some mortar shells, we could capture power immediately.
Wow.
And when he said it, he wasn't really boasting. Sometimes people say, I'm the greatest person. But when he said it, you felt, actually, somehow, this sounds true or plausible.
Yes.
Actually, and it was that self-confidence, that incredible self-confidence, which is based, I think, it was based on a profound understanding of the political conditions inside Uganda at that time, plus his understanding of military tactics and strategy.
Yes.
So it wasn't a wild boast. I think it was a reasonable assessment.
Okay.
Because indeed, it was only a year and a half later that he did capture power, so there wasn't such a big gap.
Okay.
But anyway, I did the interview, talked to him for a long time. All the time he was there, he had a second person to cross-check, I think, what I was saying, and so he could discuss, what did you think of that person, Pike?
Oh.
Do you think he's genuine?
Yes.
So the other person...
So there was a person doing a personality
so
check.
Person was sitting there with his cap pulled over his head.
Yes.
So Museveni was on his bench, then this person was sitting with his back to a tree, like this, with his cap over his head, so you couldn't see his face. Or when I took pictures, his face wouldn't be showing.
Yes.
And that was Mugisha Muntu.
Wow.
Who was
Yes,
sort of blue-eyed boy.
Yes, and then the fact-finding, yes.
Very close and was doing intelligence stuff for
yes,
Museveni.
yes.
The reason he was hiding his face was he didn't want his family to get in trouble. And as you know, his family were prominent UPC people
Yes.
in Bushenyi.
Yes.
So he wasn't being secretive, he was just trying to protect his family.
Okay.
So
Uganda and take Uganda, reform Uganda and take Uganda to forward. What did you pick from Museveni at that point? Was he real about this stuff?
Yeah, very real. But I think the big thing I picked from him at that time was, I think when he was at Dar es Salaam University, he was a Marxist. But by 1984, he'd moved to the idea of a mixed economy.
Okay.
With, capitalist elements, but also elements to protect ordinary people and ordinary Ugandans, so that you incentivize investors, but also try and raise the living standards of the people. So he'd moved to that idea of a mixed economy. And I was asking him, people say you were a Marxist, and at that time the British Foreign Office in England had been trying to find out how left-wing Museveni was. And he said, look, I don't put me in those categories. I'll do a deal with the devil if it makes Uganda a better place. So he was really, he was that was a thing that many people in Europe, the British government was very frightened of Museveni, because he thought that he was a left-wing person who was going to nationalise all their businesses, their remaining businesses. And he was saying, no, that's not what I am. So that was also an important thing to discover at that time.
Yes. How did you, what happened after that? Did you, in the book you say that...
Well, so what happened, one thing that happened after that, what happened after that, because I'd walked for 110 kilometers in 2 days, and I hadn't come with proper walking shoes, because I didn't want, when I was going through immigration at Entebbe, to look like I wanted to look like an ordinary tourist, so I just had ordinary shoes. My feet had got very, very swollen, so my ankles were like this. If that's my ankle, it's my ankle's swollen up.
Yes.
So Museveni got me the doctor for Mobile Brigade to come and treat, and I got one of their precious bandages. They didn't have enough medical materials to reduce the swelling.
Yes.
So that doctor who reduced the swelling on my ankles was Kizza Besigye. So that's also in the book.
Yes.
So what happened after the interview is Museveni said, okay, it's time for you to go. Now, how do you think you got the strength to walk back with your bag legs? We could put you in a stretcher. I said, no, I'm not going in a stretcher.
So put you in a stretcher so that people can carry you?
Yeah. I said, no, that would be too humiliating.
Yeah.
And actually, no, I can manage, I can walk. Then we set off at about 7 o'clock in the evening. I don't know if viewers have seen the picture of Museveni standing in tall grass with an AK-47 on his shoulder, strap on his shoulder and a t-shirt.
Yeah. We actually have that on the show. I think it's going to be the scene, yes.
Yeah, so that picture I took about 1 minute before we set off walking back from Bulamezi to Kampala.
Tell me something. Having seen Museveni and done this interview, and now you seem to have a lot more information about the guy who was the mystery guy, but now no more a mystery person. What happened to the story? What did you do to the story?
So then we set off from Bulamezi, walked back to Kampala, but it took, we went back at a slower pace than the pace at which we had rushed to meet Museveni. Saw a lot of evidence of massacres. There were two things I wanted to do on this trip. One is to, as a journalist, I wanted to meet Museveni, get an interview with him. But then second was to see evidence of massacres. And unfortunately, or fortunately from a journalistic point of view, I saw a lot of evidence, thousands and thousands of skeletons. And there was overwhelming, there weren't many people in Luwero. I mean, there were maybe hundreds of people left in the northern part of, north of Luwero, but in the southern part of Luwero, it was, Matuga and all those areas, Muto, it was completely deserted. But in places like Kapeka, Matuga, Samuto, I saw so many skeletons and dead bodies. It was really tragic, and it made it very plausible that hundreds of thousands of people have died there. I think the estimates, the American government estimated 150,000 people had died. Yeah. So, but I thought maybe, from what I could see, it was even more. And the few people that were remaining there were unanimous that it was the government army, the UNLA soldiers that had done it. Because I think there's still a dispute today, were some of those people killed by the NRA?
Yeah.
But actually, on my trip, I was completely confident that this was all done by the UNLA.
Yeah.
And for instance, I met one chap who was a survivor. The story is in the book.
Yes.
And I think you can show the picture.
Yes, Mugerwa, who was...
Edward Mugerwa, I think his name was. Yeah, he had a big scar on his head.
Yes.
And he wasn't completely normal. He's someone like who's had a car crash and had head injury. He didn't
Yes.
talk very clearly. Well, there was about maybe 20 people in the lorry. As they got out, they were chopped on the back of the head with a panga. Chopped, that's why he had a big chop. But in his case, the chop hadn't killed him, but then he got dead bodies thrown on him.
Whoa.
And he woke up and he was still alive, but everyone else was dead. And then he crawled away, and he was found actually in he was in Chalagonza's camp, a black bomber. Then I asked, I said, can you take me to the place where you were dumped? Because you're trying to fact check.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Okay.
That's the pictures and the story, that story is in the book. So
Yes.
we've got all that dimension on the return journey. Those were driven by, I was also very,
Yes.
and actually when I came back in January 1986, just after the capture of power,
Yeah.
he actually stamped my passport and told me that story. He said, but don't worry, everything's okay.
It's okay now, yes. So that story actually is quite key for me right now, because you have set so many people, including the British government, in the story. I got my hand on that whole story of the British government talked about a certain number of people who are dead, and it seems like your story brought out some dimensions that had to make people rethink the position of the killing in Uganda during the wartime and all that stuff.
So what it was that the British government, it was actually a big controversy at that time, as Amnesty International, the International Red Cross had released figures saying a lot of people were being killed because there were displaced people's camps.
Yes.
The biggest one was in Kapeka, and they were saying people were being taken out of the camps at night and killed. And then the British government issued a statement in around July 1984, around the time, actually August 1984, saying, no, actually, it was the American government issued a statement saying 150,000 people had died in Luwero in this violence, primarily at the hands of the government army.
Yeah.
The British government said, nonsense, it's only 12,000 at the most.
Yes.
It's happening, yes, but not more than 12,000. So then I came back with evidence then, and I said, actually, not only is the British government wrong, but probably the American government is underestimating on the base. That's why it became a big story when I said, actually, no, there's evidence that it's...
And what happened, and of course, how did he end up back in Uganda into New Vision? And what happened after New Vision? All right, welcome back to the show. This is XXL Season 4, and of course, on the hot seat, I like to call it, is Mr. William Pike, and we're catching and chatting and talking about the book, The Combatant, a memo of the Bush War and the press in Uganda, written by Mr. William Pike. And William, back in London, sat and read your story loud to Mr. Ben Matogo. And what happened after that? What next for you now?
Well, I got even more involved with NRA, NRM. I was always going to political meetings, talking about being in the bush, meeting people when they came to London, in Babzi, Katagaya, Uganda, Kivijinja, all those people, plus lots of other Ugandans who are somehow now a bit forgotten. And then, so I also sort of, when I went in '84, I was a journalist, an independent journalist. But to be honest, after 1984 and going to the bush, I became a supporter journalist. Is that even allowed ethically as a journalist? No, I think you know, you can have a right-wing journalist who's a supporter of Boris Johnson or Trump. It doesn't mean they write falsehoods. I mean, they can still write professionally, even if they're a sympathizer of Boris Johnson. So I was still professional and accurate, and I did a lot of writing and broadcasting as well, TV and radio, about the Bush War for the next 2 years, well, next year and a half, as the NRA gradually moved towards Kampala. And I remember Katagaya saying to me, if you strangle a snake until it dies, it is just as dead as if you cut its head off. So they were strangling the regime. They didn't move fast. And eventually they captured power in January '86. I'd visited the liberated zone in November, and by that stage, a lot of journalists were visiting them, but I'd also visited. And then after they captured power, my magazine, South, sent me to cover, interview Museveni again, now that he'd captured power, and write a story about what was happening. And I remember I left in early February to go back to London. And I remember looking out the window and seeing those big letters Entebbe on the grass bank of the airport, which unfortunately have now been removed, which I think is very sad.
It is.
But it's like having Hollywood in Los Angeles. Entebbe should still be at the airport on the bank, in my view. So I remember looking at those Entebbe letters and feeling very sad. This is the last time I'm going to see Uganda. It's all over. They don't need me anymore. I've done my part. But then, in about maybe 1 or 2 months later, in about March 1986, I was sitting at my desk in the office of South magazine, which was a big glass building, tall glass building right next to Trafalgar Square. And a phone goes, and it was Katagaya. And Katagaya said, "The cabinet has just met, and we would like to offer you the job of being editor of our new newspaper, The New Vision. Would you like to do it?" And I said, "Yeah, sure, I would like to do it, but can you give me 24 hours to make a decision?" And then I could tell Katagaya was annoyed that I hadn't said yes immediately, but I needed...
Well, because they felt they owned you now.
Yeah, something like maybe. Yeah. But anyway, to cut a long story short, I was very excited. And, you know, I rang back 24 hours later, less than 24 hours, and said, okay, I'm really happy, I'll do it. And then, yeah, then I came out, I think twice before in the next few months, and started helping at New Vision. And then in July 84, I started full-time at July 86 and started full-time at the New Vision. And
This
was
when 1994?
86. So this was, Katagai rang me 2 months after power, and the cabinet decided to set up a newspaper, which they were calling New Vision. And so
What happened to the Uganda Argus?
the Uganda Argus collapsed, and then the building is now owned by New Vision, but a new paper was set up called the Uganda Times, I think, which was in a different building to the Uganda Argus. And but that also, young people wouldn't remember, but the nickname was Uganda Sometimes, because Vision started using the equipment that had been bought for Uganda Times, Russian equipment. Then I came out and started working. So I worked at New Vision from July 1986 until December 2006. So that was 20 years.
You are credited quite a bit for reshaping the media, particularly the print media or the press in Uganda.
You know, this is a country that's being rebuilt. So the roads were fixed, the electricity was fixed, the water was fixed. So you could say also the media was fixed. So I wouldn't necessarily take credit. It was, I think, I was part of a process that was going on. But I think what is true is that many people thought a government newspaper was doomed to failure because I was not the first choice to be the editor of the New Vision. The first choice was an NRM leader called Bukulu Mpaji, but he was too sick and he passed away, I think in 1986. The second choice was Wafula Gutu, at that time the editor of Weekly Topic, later the editor of The Monitor, and later leader of the opposition. And Wafula was asked to be the editor because he'd done a great job with Charles Abo of running the Weekly Topic in 1985 period after the Okello coup, when it was the main independent newspaper. And they asked him to be the editor. He said, no, I can't be the editor. A government newspaper can never succeed in Uganda. I think that shows how things had changed, that a government newspaper could be more popular than a private newspaper. It's actually a lot to do with the government allowing freedom of speech, allowing criticism as well as praise. It was a good time to be a journalist. And right now I'm in Nairobi, in Kenya, where the press is pretty free. But in the 1990s, the Ugandan press was so much freer than the Kenyan press. We actually felt sorry for the Kenyans because Kenyans had to keep their mouths shut, and the media was also muzzled. So it was a very good time to be a journalist, and everything was going up in quality in the media. So it was a privilege to me to be a part of that and to be able to use my professional skills to help build the New Vision.
All right, and so probably this is your last or maybe second last question to end this interview. And of course, William will be back on the show. You can be sure of that because I don't think you're going to get a lot more of this man on the show today, and particularly on this one that we're on right now. So William, let's talk about something that most people don't know how it happens. Leaving the New Vision where you have been for 20 plus years. On that note, by the way, I'll give you a cup of coffee so that you can answer this question quite well.
To give me strength.
Yes.
To answer the question.
To answer the question, and perhaps some caffeine if there are some hard parts that needs to be patched together.
A shot in the arm.
Tell me about the new vision, leaving. Some critics say that you felt you left when you're not yet ready to leave, or the state stopped listening to you.
With the way New Vision was, because I always believed that you should, if something's going wrong, put it out there, you know, expose it, because if you expose something that's wrong, it gives you a chance to fix it. You know, I was still an NRM supporter. I was very invested in appoint as an editor, who I had appointed as an editor, claimed that she discovered a conspiracy against government inside the New Vision, based on no evidence at all. Actually, she became Elster Timmerman. She became the editor after I left.
Was she just looking after your job?
I think so. I think so. I can't think of another explanation, because her evidence of the conspiracy was that sometimes her stories were cut. But if you're a journalist, your stories are always cut.
Yes, of course.
And my ombo said, we're setting up a commission of inquiry, and we want you to stand aside while the commission of inquiry is underway. But Noble, do you want me to resign? I mean, I'm happy to resign. If you don't want me anymore, just ask me to resign. I'll resign.
Yes. Don't just look for any other thing.
And then Noble said, really? I said, of course. If you don't want me, why should I struggle to stay? And so, actually, the whole conversation turned. We just discussed how I would resign. I gave 3 months' notice. So that was in September or October. Gave 3 months' notice, worked my notice, arranged to hand over to Robert Kabushenga and else. And that was that. But the very important point, Eddie, is that I was not unhappy. Actually, in a way, I was relieved, because being a newspaper editor, as I'm sure Kabushenga knows now, is amazing amount of political pressure, and you're walking a tightrope all the time. Balance this complaint with that necessity. How do you navigate all these treacherous seas?
Yes, I'm actually thinking that there has been a joke in the corridors of Kampala or corners of Kampala, that Robert is always not walking straight. He doesn't know which landmine is going to.
Yeah, but that was the same. That was the same for me. If you're in that job, and even I'm sure Kalinaki and the guys at
William, with people in the gym, I like to work out. I like to keep fit. I like to be healthy.
And by the way, everyone should work out and stay healthy. Which I also still try and do.
Yeah, so in my daily walk of gym and stuff like that, I meet up with so many CEOs who are struggling in their offices, in their jobs, and you know, a whole lot of people out there who don't know how to go about it. It's not about money, but so the only time we get free to discuss serious stuff, whether you're a general or you know, or presidential advisor, the moment we get into the steam, everybody losing up.
Yeah.
Because the heat just as a way brings down everybody.
And you only have a towel on. You don't have clothes. Yes.
For lack of a better word, and so we tend to get free. So we were discussing your book. And by the way, that's the spring or the root of this interview. I met a couple of people.
Yeah, I think the book is over there. Yes. Competence, available in Aristoc and Entebbe Airport Bookshop.
Yes.
And also, I think this cafe, Rosaho, this cafe in Naguru is going to stock it.
Yes. And so somebody said, have you read William Pike's book, the new book? I said, yeah, I did. And it says, is the guy trying to settle scores with the state? Does he feel like the state he once served as, let his hand loose or something? Is there something holding? I said, oh, by the way, that's a good thing. I hadn't thought about it that way, but I'm going to do an interview. I'm going to look for William and just try and do his interview and find out if this book coming at this point of time is actually settling scores. Can you clear that?
It's definitely not settling scores. And as I explained to you at the beginning,
Would you like to take a cup of sip of coffee again?
No, I'm
Because
fine.
that's a hard one.
I had the manuscript for the first 14 chapters. So the 15th chapter, which was the roundup of how I left New Vision, was just really to put everything in context. It's definitely not settling scores, but actually, as I said earlier, I'm not bitter. I really just felt it was a privilege to be allowed to work at New Vision and to live in Uganda, and actually now to have a Ugandan passport as well. Actually, the motivation was different. The real motivation was, it will be a tragedy if this history is forgotten. Because what the NRA did in the bush was very extraordinary. They captured power without any external support. From 1981 to 1985, they had no external support. Colonel Gaddafi in Libya gave 1,000 guns, which were shared in 1981, which were shared between the NRA and Andrew Kaira and UFN. But that's all the support they got in 5 years. They had no external base. They couldn't run into Kenya or Congo or Sudan for hiding. They were stuck in the middle of Uganda in Luwero. To take power without an external base and without something Ugandans should be very proud of. They shouldn't think this is just Museveni propaganda. It was actually a very big thing. Only China and Cuba have had successful revolutions that captured state power without external support, that were purely internal. On Twitter, I've had a
opening up. There are a lot of books that were written about the NRA war and, you know, the Bush war with President Museveni's government and the like. But much of them were almost leaning towards telling the story of, you know, that pleases the system itself. But your book seems to be otherwise, telling, you know, the story that seems to be more open to different aspects and gives a lot more perspective compared to the rest of the books that we've read. I've read many of the books, and I think many people out there agree with me that your book is quite open. And
what I tried was it's a first-hand eyewitness account.
Yes.
So I tried to write it, it's a first-hand eyewitness account.
Yes.
So I tried to write it without just saying what I saw, without putting too much interpretation into it.
Yes. And I think that's a good thing about this book. So you need to go to Aristoc and find this book, or go to Entebbe. Where in Entebbe?
In the airport, in the departure area.
In the departure lounge, you can find
Entebbe Airport Bookshop.
All right, so you can go to the departure lounge at Entebbe International Airport. You'll find a copy of the book there. And we just thought about it, bring it closer to you in Naguro at Rosaho. Go there and ask for the copy of the book.
And have a cup of coffee.
And have a cup of coffee as well, like we're having right now with William. So, William, as we wind up this interview, there are young people in this country. You've been in this country long.
Yeah.
You narrate the story that I myself am amazed of. I wasn't there, I wish I was there to witness. But our story in Uganda today as young people is very little belief in the young people. Unfortunately, by, you know, our belief in the young people. Unfortunately, by, you know, our elders, both in the system and those who are not in the system. And you are now an elder in our society. What is your best advice to the elders and to the young people? How do we do it? How did you do it?
I think Rome was not built in a day. It takes a long time to build a society.
There, William. When you say it is a very difficult question, how old is your son?
My son is 28.
Yeah, so your son falls within our age group. Do you want to say that it's difficult for you to tell him?
No, but you see, anyway, my son has, he's now working in America. So he has, there's job. And then for young people, I think young people should, this may be too late for some people, but for people who, but he's prosperous, he's fat, but he's a technical guy. He was wearing a...
And you speak very nicely of where New Vision is today. But there's a guy called Joseph Kaboleta, who every time something goes wrong, we all see New Vision is prone to making certain very, open mistakes that you wouldn't see during the time of Mr. William Pike, New Vision. And every time such comes out, Kaboleta always hit hard and say, the legacy of William Pike is dead. What do you have to say about that?
What I think is
that you're just a fanatic?
No, I think what's happened to all newspapers in the world is that the digital revolution has massively reduced advertising revenue. And whereas in the old days you could have a big desk of sub-editors doing corrections, making certain the story is perfect, you could afford to pay top salaries to the best writers. Now, newspapers all over the world have economized. And actually, not necessarily in the New York Times, but in many regional newspapers in Europe or America, you'll find spelling mistakes and errors because newspapers are having to downsize their staffs and they're struggling, really. Even the Star, the newspaper I work on in Nairobi, there's been a lot of downsizing of staff numbers, and it's really a challenge to produce a quality newspaper under those conditions. So I think that's not so much to do with me, Mr. Kaboleta, as to do with the changing economic environment of newspapers.
Okay, I needed that to be cleared so that you have heard it from William Pike. And William, what's your parting shot if you were to advise the president? By the president, I mean your very good former friend, still present friend, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and of course everyone in government who are your contemporaries. What would be the one statement of advice that you think will change the world in Uganda?
Well, if we go back to the beginning of the NRM period in Uganda, I remember the masthead of the New Vision. It said the New Vision on top, and underneath it said, "For a better Uganda." So the first thing is, whenever and people in that period, the 86, 95 period, that first 10 years, people were really struggling to rebuild the country and a lot of personal sacrifice and a lot of personal effort. Let's see if we can stick to that, always be asking ourselves, is this what we're doing now, is that for a better Uganda? And then secondly, there was also a principle that Museveni introduced in the Bush War, that a junior soldier, private, like to do is, I like painting, so I'd like to do less work and do more painting.
All right. And so you, in other words, you're saying you won't take up the job?
I would prefer to do my painting. So I think most probably yes, not.
Yes. So if you are, would you paint for us a picture of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni right now as you head towards your retirement? If we give you a brush.
My painting style would take a bit more time than that. I'm not a cartoonist.
Yes, yes.
But yeah, sure, one day I could paint you a picture.
Yes.
Of
all right.
Museveni.
Great. So you have heard it from William. So what is that one parting shot that if I see this interview, you'll make me laugh and I'll remember you for the rest of my life if I'm watching this program?
No, I don't think I have a parting shot, but let me just say, oh Uganda, may God uphold thee.
All right. Thank you very much. You've heard it from Mr. William Pike. The book is at Aristoc, and you can find it at the Entebbe Departure Lounge and as well as at Rosaho in Naguru. Make the booking. I can tell you that that book is not anywhere at the moment. It's finished. I am told and privileged that there's about 150 copies coming to Uganda. I don't know if you can get yourself a hold of one of them. Otherwise, keep it XXL. It's been a great pleasure speaking to you, William, and I look forward to bringing William back to the show. He's still a strong man, but he's refusing to take the appointment. and we're told, by the way, that President Museveni said he's going to make a memo on your book. Somebody told me this is true.
That's what he rang me to say he liked the book and he was going to make some notes and then call me to discuss it with him. And
So-
I look forward to that.
So this time you didn't disagree like you always argue and agree.
No. I think he liked the book. That's the good thing.
All right. So we will bring William back here if we hear that President Museveni has actually called and met with William. I would like to know what the two old friends have talked about. 40 years old, meeting 32, and now you're 65?
67.
67 versus 74, 75?
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to hear how that conversation goes. Otherwise, thank you very much for being part of the show. Looking forward to catching up with you. This is the book review, and next we will be talking to William about retirement and how he will paint the picture of Uganda and his former friend. Next week, same time, same place. God bless.
To trust that I can have any value for your listeners. That's my disclaimer. So at the end of the day, if they do not harvest anything, I think they should shoot you, not me, because I did not invite myself. But thank you all the same. I'm Kalombo William, as you said correctly. I am a marketing by profession. I breathe and inspire marketing in everybody that I talk to and I meet.
Wow. Now, that said, William, I want to just take you down to, the CEO bench is all about marketing, rather leadership, and leadership at self, leadership at change and management of change, and leadership at an individual level of William Kalombo. We want to just dig down and know who is William Kalombo first.
As I said, I am a marketing person. I publish Marketing Africa magazine for many years down the line. We do a lot of professional networking events across the region, as you mentioned. And yeah, that's all.
We want to just go back to Kalombo as a child. Where do you come from? Are you African? Are you Kenyan? Are you Ugandan? You say you published across the region. We want to know from you.
I'm a Kenyan from Kakamega in Western Kenya, former Western Kenya. Now there are counties in Kenya, but domiciled mostly in Nairobi with a regional feel because I'm Ugandan heavily, I'm Tanzanian heavily in trade, but I am a Kenyan and African in spirit.
Let's talk about Kalombo as a child.
I don't remember. I wasn't able to connect at that time. I think that one my mother can tell you very well. Yes.
So in Africa, when you were growing up, we want to collect the story of how we started our life from a journey of being a child to adulthood. Growing up in Kakamega, what was it like and where did you see yourself when you were growing up?
I never saw myself far. After school, of course, every child's interest was to finish high school, go to university, get a job and move on like that. But my journey was interesting. After I chaired the Marketing Student Association of Nairobi University, I got an urge to run my own kiosk. So immediately we finished college. I think I worked for about 1 year. Then I started my own business. We were doing BTL stuff for many corporates across the region again at that time. So I can say I have worked in a formal setup for not more than 12 months since I left university.
and you became independent. Where do you draw your inspiration from, Mr. Kalombo? For people who are watching you from all across the region, I'm very certain many of my friends in Kenya who are in the marketing space would want to know who is really deeply Kalombo. You've never shared this story before, but where do you draw your inspiration from?
My inspiration is a function of the fear of failure. Just imagining that what you are structuring is going to collapse on you keeps me awake every other minute.
When you say the inspiration of fear of failing keeps you awake all the time, I mean, what is the backbone of that fear? Did you fail before? What happened? How did you reach to that point of saying, I cannot fail?
I have successfully failed on very many occasions. What pricks me is when I fail without planning. Not that I plan to fail. What I mean is if I have a project, for instance, I do every available thing to make sure the plans, upfront plans, are working. In such scenarios, when I fail, as it has happened many times, I don't die. I just move on. I pick the pieces and move on. What makes me sad is occasionally you have done poor planning to a project. Then you have regrets. But when I fail and everything was nicely planned for, I have zero regret. I just pick up and move on. Because remember one thing, when you are doing a project, there's no way you can plan your own project failure. It cannot work.
William, thank you very much for that. We want to dive deeply into the part of leadership. This show looks at leaders from the top to retirement. We want to know, what was the journey like climbing to the top? When you reach to the top, you have to come down from the top to retirement. What lessons do we pick from people like you? You are a CEO of Marketing Africa Limited, a company you founded. We've just understood from you this program.
So I think then that we need to rethink what leadership is. You must know that not everybody will become a CEO of anywhere. So remember that the most powerful thing is that you already are a CEO of yourself. That should drive you. Yes, at individual level, you are your own personal CEO. So then it should not kill you that you are not CEO of Marketing Africa, you are not CEO of Talent Uganda.
On that note, William, you raise a very interesting perspective. Having understood leadership from your point of perspective and your point of view, what would you term as self-leadership? Because what you're talking about requires a person to get to a certain degree of understanding of self, to pick self, to give self meaning. You pick self, your own self, and gave it a meaning. And today we're here with Kalombo leading a team of people across the region. In your view, what is self-leadership?
Self-leadership is a function of focus on your personal brand. I've seen many people are known because they work for certain companies. I've seen them attract a lot of interest because of the brand they work for. When that opportunity lapses, they get completely lost in the world. Nobody knows them. So it is very dangerous for you to position yourself as that guy, director in Marketing Africa. And when tomorrow Marketing Africa is not there, you are not known for anything. That's why in every other forum, I keep telling people, the only brand that will not leave you in any stage, that will not drop you across your life, is your personal brand. So in everything you do, you must always invest in your personal brand. And remember one thing, if your personal brand is powerful, wherever you are sitting, wherever you are working, you will deliver that value to that brand as well. But to get lost and high on the fact that, oh, I'm a boss in this particular company, it's for today. Tomorrow when you leave, what happens to you? I think the driver every other minute should be, what happens to me if I leave this seat today? Will people still recognize me? Will people still respect me?
Wow. Well, thank you very much, William. We're going to take a break. And when we come back, we'll be talking to Mr. William Kalombo further about the journey of being a marketer and the journey of marketing. Who is a marketer? What profession does one need to become a marketer? How do we move in the world that is changing so rapidly fast? And if you are a marketer, what lesson do you pick from the CEO of Marketing Africa? Stay right there. The CEO bench will be right back after this break.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip, urban, and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and the 90s, 70s, where
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experience place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years.
What is the journey like for a CEO? How does one get there? Today on the program, we have the CEO of Marketing Africa, Mr. William Kalombo, a seasoned marketer, a great thinker of marketing, breathes and thinks marketing even when he's sleeping. Mr. Kalombo, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Marketing in itself is something that most people don't understand very well. But you are a marketing professional and a CEO of a marketing company that is leading in East Africa. William, in your view, what is marketing, first of all?
It's the art of identifying consumer needs and delivering on them, even beyond them, at a profit to the owner of the brand.
William, I want to take you straight to some of the questions we designed for you today, which should be able to give us an understanding of a CEO befitting of a marketing company, but also as a viewer, what do I want to pick from a man who is on the top? You've been on this journey for a while. I want you to start by telling us, how did you think about starting Marketing Africa? What was the inspiration behind it? And what is Marketing Africa all about as a company?
When I was at the university, we had a publication. It was called the Marketing Review. And we were able to publish that magazine and get 18 full-page adverts at that time, which was a first. I've never seen it up to today. And we made a lot of money from the magazine. At the same time, we were running events as an association. We had an event every week for the 12 months that I led the association. We had industry tours. The most popular, of course, was to the brewery, which was happening every Thursday. So we grew the association to such a level that even the watchmen in the compound wanted to be members of the association because we had so many functions. We were giving a lot of giveaways. We started at that point a canteen. It took me about 4 months to get approvals from the VC to get this canteen, and through the support of my patron, Professor Francis Kibera. The resistance from the university was because they were not understanding what we want to use. When we launched that canteen, I think we had about 1,000 people in Lower Kabete campus of the University of Nairobi. And we did one of the biggest Guinness promotions ever done up to today, where a lot of prizes were on the giveaway, on the list for 12 months. Then I started a company that was doing below the line activities. So we are doing...
That's what we call in marketing BTL?
BTL, yes, yes. So we did that for a while. And then I made a suicidal move to imagine that I can publish a magazine. Since I had done a very successful one in the university, I thought I can do it now commercially. So I set shop to do a magazine. And one of my board members, he gave us the magazine to do for the society. And that, which is Sokoni Africa in English.
Okay, just hold it right there and send that comment because Colombo has just hit something very interesting.
Yes, so that's how we launched the magazine.
So did they take you back to court this time around?
It is Marketing Africa, it's not Sokoni anymore. So there was no brand infringement anymore. So we were safe that way. Then we moved on like that. It hasn't been easy. Even Sokoni itself, when we started the magazine, I told you, when we were in university, I think we got a lot of favors and sympathy from the corporate. In the commercial space, it was very hard to sell space because magazine, what drives a magazine is space, selling the adverts. And my imagination was that we will start this magazine. After the first issue, it will finance the next issue. I can tell you, it is the magazine, Sokoni, that collapsed my below-the-line business because I got my first payment on the 6th magazine.
Wow. Wow. William, this whole story that you're talking about as a CEO of the great Marketing Africa Limited we see today, what does that remind you of in that journey? And by the way, were you the CEO? At what point did you become the team leader? Because I imagine that you had a group of people you're working with and you started together. How did you make it to become the CEO with all of that story? Is it because you won the case by losing it and winning it by starting Marketing Africa?
It's another issue. The question you raise touches on partnerships. You have social partnerships that have successfully collapsed in relationships. You have corporate partnerships that have collapsed. The irony is that you cannot become a multinational or a very big brand without partnerships. But on the flip side, a lot of the partners we pick them up emotively. And they end up collapsing you or slowing down your speed or vision or compromising it. The biggest trouble for businessmen is that you look at things, they tell us you must be passionate about what you do. If you look at every other passionate person, let me talk about relationships. The minute you are passionate with something.
What is your view on sponsorship marketing in this part of the world that we're in as a CEO?
I think is the most convoluted space you can ever think of. There's a lot of gray areas in that space. And the biggest problem are the players themselves. The people who own brands are a very big part of the problem, in the sense that if you are looking for sponsorship, say for a particular event, you surrender the power of owning that baby to the sponsor, when all you are relying on is a sponsor for the event to happen. If you have a baby and you are my neighbor, I have a baby as well, they are going to the same school. If they go together to that school, it means there's familiarity, they are at home, nobody can bully them, you get it. So they are happy together. If your baby has malaria and can't afford to go to school, should mine stay home as well?
Certainly not.
We've positioned our events, our sponsorships to look like, if Eddie cannot sponsor me, I can't do this function. So we are coming up with glossy ideas instead of coming up with what can work and scale it up. I'm talking to the person looking for sponsorship. Yeah. Don't overdream. Don't come up with what cannot work. Start small, scale it up. If the sponsors you are targeting are aware that without them you cannot move, they will not give you that money.
Wow.
Or if they know that your project will continue without your support, their support, you shall dictate the terms. So we need to be sober enough and arrange things that can run without any injection. Yeah. If you do events like Marketers Night, for instance, our key revenue stream for Marketers Nights is the ticket sale. So we look at the ticket sale and say, this particular event, if you have a budget and you cannot fully finance it from ticket sales, it is an unhealthy event. In value buying, the brand custodian is one who takes care of brands, our babies. If this brand has diarrhea, has malaria, how are you treating the baby, isn't it? Are you rushing to hospital, checking the temperatures, giving them food, making sure they are warm? Are you getting it? But a lot of us are brand rapists in the sense that we are in the brand for personal gains. We don't care about the brand value. We are killing our brands.
You've had that coming from Mr. Kalombo, and we're going to take another break. And when we come back, Mr. Kalombo will dig deep into the question of marketing, and we want to understand the idea of change management in that space. The post-COVID-19 situation in Africa that affected many businesses across the world. How was marketing?
About what blockchain technology is.
And yet here you are now talking
zero technology. And now getting into Diwala and understanding what they do and understanding why they do it, which is very important. It is important to know the reason behind your why. Like, why are you doing something? And understanding it and understanding its impact and understanding what blockchain technology can do, how it can improve our lives. It's really been a great journey learning from them. It's first of all a humbling experience that I'm part of the team. It's a humbling experience that I'm given the opportunity to learn. Very rarely do people take a chance on you. Yes, I have skills, but I believe I'm continuously growing. I am still being kind of beaten here and there. And it's humbling, and I'm excited to be part of that team. I'm excited to introduce the technology to all the people I know, my networks. And all I can say is that a lot is coming.
Fitness Junction would love to thank you for your continued support and patience during these trying times. With the ongoing pandemic, we have come up with different standards of operation that can keep you safe and keep us safe. Come have a quick tour with me.
My name is David Okwi, and I'm the shop manager here at Oduka. Our vision is really to bring technology closer to the people, closer to you, tech that you can afford, tech that lasts, tech that is durable, and tech that you can use to simplify your life. My inspiration behind starting Oduka came from the fact that I've been blogging or writing about tech for the past 10 years, but the stuff that I've been writing about has not been locally available in the market. So what we did is, let's bring this technology to the people. So we really had to start a store, an actual store.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials. Yeah. And I understand the traditionalists. Okay. There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand. Yes. Yeah, remember Prince? Yes. Prince.
Back from that break. My name is Eddie Okela, and this is the CEO Bench, where we're talking to Mr. Kalombo from Nairobi, Kenya, the man who is oiling and planting seeds of marketing across the region of East Africa and, of course, springing out to the rest of Africa. If you're a marketer out there, this is probably the best interview for you to look forward to and share it far and wide so that we don't leave anyone out. William has talked about repping brands. Are you one of those people who are a rapist in our region? Can you repent of your sins? Welcome back, William, to the program.
Thank you.
William, very interesting choice of word that you used there. I know you explained it already. We're going down to a moment when we want to talk about something very interesting. One, do you think that brands have optimally utilized the event space across the region, across Africa, and across the world? Do you think that we have optimally utilized that space?
A few brands have got it correct. Some brands have had a lot of misses. And the misses is because the people on the brand side do not respect the hustle of the event owners. So severally, they look down upon you people in the event space and they don't take you serious. You have scenarios where you are planning an event 6 months down the road and brands are coming on board a day to the function. And they're all over your space trying to dictate things last minute. The idea for creating calendars for events is so that you can have everything oiled out in good time. So events are getting affected because we have very poor respect from some people on the brand side. They need to change and respect the hustle and come on board. If these forums, if these vehicles are not working, where will your brand tell their stories? It is in the interest of the big brands that as many events, as many vehicles are working in the ecosystem you're in, so that you are able to utilize them to tell your story.
Yeah. William, that said, in today's rapidly changing world, learning to lead our organization to read the turbulence that is brought about by the change in either technology, in our thinking space, in the way we look at money and entrepreneurship and investment and saving, is beginning to require that one needs to be critically aware of certain things that have very...
Everybody's claiming to be marketing, everybody's claiming to do marketing, and it's not protected. In Kenya today, we are benchmarking the Nigerian Institute of Marketing, where we are going to launch a code of practice for marketers, so that not every other lay-by character is claiming to be a marketing person. That then gives you a minimum number of CPDs to achieve every month. So it will force everybody now to go back to supporting the events you do, to acquire those things. By the end of the year, you must have a minimum. The accountants are doing it.
Yes. Lawyers are doing it.
Lawyers are doing it. Now HRM is doing it. Yes.
And even medical profession are doing it now.
Yes.
Wow. So that said, William, do you think that the marketing profession is endangered? Are we the endangered species? Are we our own worst enemy?
Marketing as a profession is the force behind business, and it will be for ages.
Yeah.
But the current players in the space are endangered species.
So from a CEO seat where you sit, you think that we are our very own worst enemy?
The biggest enemy to marketing is the marketing person. Those who claim to be in marketing. We don't support anything marketing. Because you are in a big house, you don't look out to see what other people are doing. You get it?
Yeah. That right there is coming out from Mr. William Kalombo, who is the CEO of Marketing Africa. What is your thought? Do you think that you are your own worst enemy as a marketer? Are you the one endangering your own life? Are you strangling yourself because you're not going out to look for information, or because you have stopped thinking and abdicated the duty of thinking to others? That's why the marketers are being suffocated, right? Share your comment right down there on the comment section and ask questions to Mr. William Kalombo. He will definitely be able to respond to all these questions. And of course, we will be able to give you some tips, 1, 2, 3, 4 things that you need to do. But most importantly, Mr. Kalombo, as a practitioner of marketing, is definitely going to be able to answer your question. And it doesn't matter where you are. You've heard what Kenya is trying to do at the moment of bringing the code of conduct. What are you trying to do to get back in line? William, I love what you have said. I want to take you to this part that you've started doing, and it's been... In Europe, there's a lot of publication about marketing, and a lot of marketing publications. In Africa, in North Africa, there are quite a number of them. In South Africa, Southern countries are quite a number of them. In East Africa, you pioneered something that has now become a brand name. And you published Marketing Africa magazine, one of the leading professional publications that we have in the region today. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about this and the challenges that you're facing as a publisher in general, publishing marketing content?
Publishing is a challenging space. Yeah. Ours is interactive, and we went digital in 2014, long before COVID. Long before COVID, because we had challenges at that time.
Okay.
You're printing 15,000 hard copies. Mm-hmm. Cost of print is high. Cost of delivery is high. When you are bringing to Kampala like 3,000-4,000 copies, We deliver the magazines here. Our contact here delivers half of them, dumps the rest in the office. It became very costly. So we chose to look for ways to cut through this problem. And that's how we went digital. On JOMAG, and we're the biggest JOMAG publishers in Africa.
Wow.
So when we went to JOMAG,
yeah,
it took us more than 2 years for people to acclimatize to the digital magazine. But we hit cruise level before COVID.
Okay.
So by COVID time, we felt nothing. When they were saying now you can't distribute magazines, they can be source of infection, we are distributing ours at a button. We felt completely nothing. In fact, our advertising revenue grew during COVID.
Yeah.
And the readership has also spiked after COVID.
Yeah. Wow. That said, William, is the interference between marketing industry and the institution churning out budding marketers healthy? Is it healthy?
The interface is very poor. During my days, for instance, we had managers in serious corporates, BAT Kenya, Kenya Breweries, Nation Media, coming to our college to sit on my board. When you are closing for vacation 3-4 months, they used to take 600 students to go work and they pay them. Today's manager is too busy for the guy in college. We are not creating time for the students, yet we are blaming them for not catching up or doing the things the right way. So I think we need to calm down, create more time for these students. We used to do parties in our college where you have managers coming in. We used to have so many sessions where industry is coming to speak to students about different careers on very regular basis. We need to come back and talk to our students. It is the only way we can groom them to be the next generation leaders.
That said, William, I want to take you to a question which is interesting. William, on that part that you talked about, I want to take you to a level of change management as we move towards the closure of this interview today. We run job adverts in our publications and we look for people who have 15 years, 3 years, 4 years of experience when we want them to come into the job. But like you've said, many of these young people coming out from the universities don't have opportunity to work. How do we bridge the gap between the job adverts that go out looking for 5 years experience, 3 years experience, but I've just come from the university. I've never interacted with any brand out there, and the brand is only looking for people with experience. How do we bridge this gap going forward, in your view as a CEO?
We should bring that down and just hire people who are willing to work, people who are willing to learn on the job. All of us, what we do today, we didn't know, so you get to learn on the job. So long as they have the correct attitude and you are doing a professional onboarding, let's collapse that so that we are able to give our youngsters the window to come and learn on the job.
My next question is about change and management of change. COVID-19 came in and rocked the boat. Some of our organizational companies in Africa closed. Many corporate companies across the world closed. The marketing profession suffered a deep down, and many did not know how to manage change. You are a CEO of a big corporation now by our standard in East Africa and across the region. What is your understanding of change management, and which principles do you always apply when moving out? Say, for example, as a CEO, if you're moving out, if you're a brand, how do you move out? If you're marketing Africa. And how do you communicate, or how does one communicate, as well as how do they manage the change and address
on the deliverables, where you can both monitor the progress as you walk the journey.
Wow.
You will be fired even when you are doing the best of jobs. So it should not kill you, and that's why I talked about passion earlier on.
Yes.
Yes, just go back. If you made the mistake yourself, then polish up your story. If the client fired you because of their own issues, they keep moving, isn't it?
Well,
but change management itself is a very big problem in a lot of corporates, even in our own lives.
Yeah.
When you find that the things you are used to are shifting, the boyfriend you had is moving on to another side. The girlfriend you had now has got better, handsome looking guys with fat pockets.
Yeah.
It will hit you.
Yeah.
What must drive you is that you have to pick yourself up and keep walking.
Okay.
Because the fact that I messed you up should not make you die. You dying will not kill me.
Yeah.
Just remember that. If you die, it is you die.
Yes.
I'll continue moving on.
William, we're going to bring this interview to a close. Like they say, every good thing must come to an end. You are a CEO, all right? And the journey of being an entrepreneur is not an easy one for most people in Africa, at least. The fact that we don't have very many structures that support entrepreneurship. Your journey is one of a testament that when you started the university, there were so many people supporting you. When you came out, it was now real fire, that you have to survive. You are out of university. Nobody looking at you as a student who they can take advantage of. Now you are starting the journey. So my question is, the entrepreneurial journey has been a very slippery one for many people. And in my view, many people have gone down the drainage without knowing the nuggets of truth of how to bounce back from the challenges they have. What, in your view, is slowing down this in this part of Africa, particularly East Africa, that our entrepreneurs don't go past a certain level?
Entrepreneurship is a big challenge. The fallacy is that we imagine entrepreneurship only applies when you are running your own kiosk. The critical thing is that we need to coach people to have an entrepreneurial mindset, which means I can work for a particular company, but I have an entrepreneurial mindset. That mindset is one that brings solutions to challenges. So you can be a manager in any space, but you think solution to any challenge that you come to. So you don't have to necessarily run your own outfit to call yourself an entrepreneur. That's the first one. The next thing is that we've started what we call entrepreneur.
SMEs are going to be the future of a future driver for Africa's economy. And many people are now beginning to focus attention to small and medium enterprises across, especially in job creation, where Africa stands out as a continent of young people across the 5 other continents that we have running in the world. What, in your view, are the gray areas when we talk about SMEs? And why are there many SMEs now collapsing instead of staying in very few years after setting up shops across Africa?
The collapse touches back to the issue I've raised on entrepreneurs. But for SMEs, everybody talks glossy about SMEs. I can tell you the biggest enemy to SMEs is the governments that we have across Africa. They'll tell you that we are supporting SMEs giving us business, but they are structured to tax this guy until he cannot breathe. You get it?
Yeah.
They have not created, and the other players in the window, these are the people in the banking system, they are interested in you for just as long as they can suck your blood. They are lacking in the wings to come and suck your blood for their benefit. So you'll see them telling you, we are supporting SME. No, they're supporting you to be alive just so that you can help them hit their targets. We don't have jobs created is a huge interest for government, more than anybody else. Remember, joblessness can create chaos.
Wow. And lastly, in that point, William, what would you advise a novice entering the business space for the first time to do? A young man, a young lady entering the business space like you were many years ago after Nairobi University.
Divorce yourself from passion. Do the best planning you can do. Fail working.
Well, that's the CEO bench coming up from the CEO of Marketing Africa Limited, Mr. William Kalombo. What a quote right there that you can take over. If you're watching the program from Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Congo, Burundi, or Rwanda, or any. Thank you very much, William. Perhaps this is my last question going. What you talk about bring the question of character. And there is this saying that character is developed in a person through so many things that happened. First, have you ever failed in your life in anything? You know, we're seeing you right now speaking with so much good English and everything. Somebody out there might be thinking, I want to be like Kalomba, but has he ever failed?
I have successfully failed so many times. Even last night I failed, but here I am and we are moving on, isn't it?
Yes. The question is, I have had this thing in Kenya, something called character development. Yes. I want to know, can you share with us from the CEO bench? We want to understand the character development in the space in Kenya. It's quite a very interesting thing.
I know that this is a new word for Kampala. It's heavily used in Kenya, character development, especially in social spaces where people are talking about relationships, man-women relationships. So character development is where you indulge in some fling. You come with all your hopes on the table. Then they are all punctured, like you break up the balloons.
And then, so why did you guys pick Nairobi people and Kenyan people pick this thing as the best way to link it to character? How does that link to character?
You see, now after the breakup, somebody's going to cry.
Yes.
They go crying, tears in buckets. So you find that, no, you can't be here now celebrating that you have this relation is working for you. Then suddenly you are completely off. People have even left social media because the relationship you are bragging about has totally collapsed and collapsed you as well.
So William,
so in the same space, you find business is giving people character development. You come in with a lot of hope, with a lot of plans, and everything you planned, you find is not working. Business is how you can break this glass on cement, for example. This glass will be your plan. But the reality is when the rubber hits the tarmac, it's very different. You hit this thing on the tarmac, on the cement, you don't know where the pieces will go to. We've had scenarios. The typical planning, I'll give you the example of planning for a drive. Let me talk of Mombasa. I love Mombasa. So you've serviced your car, you've done everything you wanted, and you're telling yourself, I'm going to Mombasa with my good people. We will take 5 hours on the road, we'll enjoy everything. Your tire goes flat.
And when, since you're always giving us the marketer's night out, is there a marketing night in your kitchen?
When we do marketer's night, I don't cook.
Have you ever cooked for your wife?
It won't help them.
The show bench has come to an end, and a toast to this. William, thank you very much for coming to the show, and from us here we say goodbye.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SIL Uganda on number 0772-443085, or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up on Facebook, that is Jean-Paul Olowo, on Instagram, Jean-Paul Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
Yeah, I've trained about 300 people at Refactory. We've trained about, it's not only me, we've trained about 300 people at Refactory. We have about an average of about 70 to 83% placement. I can say I'm happy. I'm a very happy person because I know for a fact that the current placement rate for fresh university graduates is below 10%. So for me to be at 83%, yeah, I feel I can walk on the clouds, but I won't. There's still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah.
And so each one of us has an individual responsibility for those of us that are in the education space.
Yeah.
And hopefully, each one of us can then create that summative change that we need to see. Thank you.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook. Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s.
It's deep thinking. In Uganda, kufumitiriza, deep thinking. Why is it important to think deeply about things, about anything, about everything? Why is it important? You will be saying mistakes. The reason why I need to think deeply about something is because I want to have the right outcome. The intended is your ability to, your given dissertation. All of a sudden, they're asking you to think for yourself. It's the most scary experience, thinking for yourself for the first time at that age. You only do that for once. I think it's about, you usually copy paste from Google, or you get some Bakuba or some experts to do the work for you, then you pass. Then what happens? You now graduate from college, from university, and you're ready to go in the real world. And so the first thing they're looking for in a job interview, they say, we're looking for people who are what? They will say it, they'll say critical thinking, they will say out of the box thinkers, people who think out of the box. But remember, you've been thinking in the box, but now they require you to think out of the box. They're looking for people who are resourceful, who can take initiative, who are creative, who can come up with solutions, things that no one actually told you. So critical thinking, and the book or the guide that I have written is to allow people to have the tools, the mental tools, to navigate through their intentions and through the execution towards those intentions. That's the idea about critical thinking. So, we now know what critical thinking is about. But what are the tools? What tools? What are those mental tools? What do I do? How do I think critically? Now, how to think critically is what I summarize as 5-dimensional thinking, or different dimensions of thinking that collectively allow you to critically think about something. And it starts with the first dimension. By the way, you know what the word dimension means? Well, dimension means something having substance and depth enough to be believable. Something having enough depth and substance to be believable. That's dimension. So we're going to talk about 5 dimensions, and the first dimension is always look at the parts, meaning everything in life is made up of parts. Everything, including your body, is made up of parts, little cells, and then they make up eyes. But also when it comes to mechanics, cameras, anything you touch, a watch, everything we see is made up of parts. So the first thing is to always look at the parts. But that is not only scientific, we also apply it in situations. Every situation starts as an event. One little event, then collectively they create a situation. The whole is made up of parts. So look at the parts. Number 2, look at the relationship between the parts. Meaning, how does this partnership that you already have with too many other parts, your kids, your mom who stays with you, and your wife, now you're adding another part and you're creating a relationship within an environment that is not sustainable. You see? So you look at the parts, you look at the relationship between the parts, you look at the environment within which the parts relate. Now, what's the 4th dimension? The 4th dimension is about you putting yourself in the shoe of somebody or of a situation, then remove yourself. Then you put others in that situation, then remove them. Then stand back and observe how your mind creates solutions. Those are too many words. How your mind creates solutions. Those are too many words. The simplest of words would be, think of what if. What if? What if this girl that I add to the part in a relationship of a new environment that makes me aside XY, perhaps if that happens, it causes XYZ, then what do? I get into problems. My wife discovers that XY is happening, and perhaps part of the money we've been as a family comes from my wife. She has a better job then now you have a situation where the other girl now is not interested in you. So it's now a what if. So before you start to talk to the girl out of the taxi, stop back, look at the parts, look at the relationship between the parts, look at the environment, then say, what if that what if in Uganda is watya. Watyango mwana onandetedde ebizibu. That thought of watya is what causes you to be fearful, okutya, nootya. And then what happens? You let go, you stay in your taxi and continue to your destination. So what have you done? You've solved a problem before it even began, because that problem is what you call a situation that takes place after a series of events that you did not intend, but you were just acting emotionally on your feelings, and now they become a burden. And always remember, every time you think about the 5th dimension, think of this scary thought. What you make others feel is what you mean to them. Think about it critically.
My name is Martin Anthony Nsuvuga. I'm the CEO of Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. And I've served the institution until now, where I've grown to the position of the Chief Executive Officer. So I've seen UBRA since its establishment.
I was also the person who started the organization as interim CEO for the organization. My role was to set up the organization, and here we are.
It has been a really new experience in my life. As you may have heard, UBRA was non-existent. There was no formal regulatory environment for pensions or retirement benefits. So we are a pioneer. We were appointed to set up the architecture and the environment for regulation of retirement benefits and pensions.
So the Ministry of Finance, because I was the technical person really handling all these reforms, they asked me to come and set up this institution, which is the Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. So I was requested to start as interim Chief Executive Officer, which I did from the year 2012 to early 2015. It's been a great journey. When we started from scratch.
The journey of 10 years of UBRA started with an Act of Parliament of 2011, but actual operation started in 2012, and that's why we are celebrating 10 years to date.
There was no institutional setup, there were no laws, there was nothing. So we started with the legal framework, putting in place the legal framework that establishes the supervisor or the regulator for the retirement benefits sector. Before then,
UBRA came into the market about 10 years ago. The first thing they did, right from their first offices at Communications House, was to take stock of the market. Who are the players? Who are the retirement players in the market? Who are the service providers? Which schemes are operating in the market? Service to note that there was already something happening in the market, even before UBRA came to play.
And because of that, there were Ponzi schemes, there were frauds and all those kind of things. There was no trust, instill confidence in the general public.
I believe the journey has been very successful. We have a footprint now in the community, and that footprint is best exemplified by the growth of the pensions sector. When we were appointed, the pension sector savings were less than 5 trillion. Today they're approaching 20.
They are carried to Parliament, and the biggest one was to actually put in place a sector regulator.
My role as a Member of Parliament when I came in 2001 was to make legislation. And one of the laws we have made is the UBRA Act, which basically came in to assist how to regulate the retirement pension funds, which were missing in this country. I'm proud that now we have over 19 trillion shillings in the pension fund. That's a very good.
Because the foundation is strong, it can be trusted, and again, the investment structures are very solid, so which means they encourage the growth of the market, the growth of the portfolio, and also provide the positive returns that we see to date.
The last one that is significant, which I've seen UBRA doing, is promoting transparency. So to a member, that information creates trust within the member, because you are saying, there's nothing I'm hiding. This is how we run the scheme in the year. There were 13 meetings, and this member of the board, out of 13, he attended 3.
In the saving schemes, there was no trust, there was no confidence, there was a lot of risk. Even the savers could not know how much their contributions were. Okay? In other words, everything was in a disarray without any regulator.
I think as well, looking generally at the business environment, you rarely now see complaints of people stating that the funds that they thought they had in their names have disappeared or have been paid to the wrong person. And all this is just because of the supervisory role that UBRA has brought in, which has been pivotal in making us run a world-class pension sector in Uganda?
There are three parts to any pension system. There's the contributions or collections of pensions, there is the management of the pensions or the investment of these pension savings, and then there's the payment of these pension savings, either through a lump sum or through monthly payments. We have had a shared responsibility with UBRA for the past 10 years in the aspect of management of the savings through investments because many of the fund managers whom we license are also licensed by UBRA. Although UBRA focuses a lot more on the pensions, the retirement savings that they manage. So we have done this role together, we've had this shared role. The synergies we have drawn from this partnership have been very beneficial, and we look forward to continuing to work together with UBRA in the future.
We see growth in number of schemes in this market. Today we are talking of 65 schemes. In the past we are talking of 3 schemes that were established by an Act of Parliament. That is the Public Service Pension Scheme, the Parliamentary Pension Scheme, and the NSSF, all of them established by an Act of Parliament.
More importantly is to say that the journey that UBRA has walked over the 10 years have been challenging, but also refreshing, in a sense that they came into a virgin market. There was no regulator before them, especially in the pension sector. So what they started with was commendable. Let's do a stock taking. Let's
be to now build this 20 trillion asset base that has been generated should actually be able to ensure a comfortable life in retirement for all members who are in the retirement schemes. But UBRA should also then allow and come up with mechanisms to support the players to be able to onboard all the smallholders, all the informal sector to come in and secure their retirement by participating and joining the licensed pension schemes in the market.
And so my thinking is that we need to support the institution, particularly Parliament of the Republic of Uganda needs to support resource mobilization for allocation to the authority so that the authority can continue with the widening the coverage.
People now, instead of keeping money in boxes, will keep here, and it is in the financial sector, and it's easy to tap in. And the cost of money will go down, but our investment in the country will go high. And I can tell you, if you make very good regulations, we have the support of Parliament.
I believe that the next 10 years are quite pivotal. We've gone through the best building of the industry, and right now we are at the point where we have to be tasked with generating value for our clients and exhibiting relevance over the next 10 years. I'm very, very confident. In fact, I'm really proud of the work that has been done for the last 10 years, and my imagination runs wild. What is possible for the next 10 years?
And the other key achievement that or work in progress that UBRA is trying to do, which I again encourage different stakeholders in this sector, particularly Parliament, to support UBRA, is the coming up with a national micro pension scheme. Uganda is, our economy is largely in
30 years. And that's the objective, and that's efficiency.
I think to the customer out there who might not even think they are a customer because you ride a boda, you are in the garden, you don't even have anything to your name, UBRA will find you wherever you are and will look after you because it's their mandate to look after you in retirement. And they can only look after you in retirement if you avail yourself now. And all they want to do for you is to make sure that when you hang up your boots, when I hang up this jacket in retirement, UBRA wants me to live a fulfilled life, a life bereft of poverty, a life of joy and happiness. And UBRA works with people and different entities to deliver that. As service providers, I think we want to say congratulations again, UBRA. We feel the heat sometimes, but we are ready for the task.
As we celebrate, let's also remember that there are those who are not yet part of the saving culture, and we find ways of bringing them forward. I wish you a happy celebration.
As we celebrate 10 years of service protecting retirement benefits in this country, allow me to thank the Board of Directors of Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. You have been very instrumental and very focused. Allow me also to thank the staff and management of UBRA You have supported the cause. Allow me also to thank my predecessors, the first interim CEO, Mr. Moses Bekabyo, the Chief Executive Officer, my immediate predecessor, Mr. Bonyi David Nyakundi, the government of Uganda, who have supported us, providing us with all the resources that we need from the day UBRA started up to now, the regulated entities, the stakeholders, the fund managers, the custodians, the administrators. Without you, we would not be talking of structures of governance in this market. And of course, the members who are saving, who have trusted us, who have continuously saved with the different schemes. Allow me to assure you that as we deliberate on this direction for the next years of service, at UBRA, we shall continue to protect your retirement benefits. May God bless you. May God bless your families. May God bless our country, Uganda. Let us celebrate as we thank God.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
If I may ask, have you insured yourself? What if your worker acquired or contracted COVID-19? And indeed, we see that because of the negligence at the workplaces, that is how the person contracted it. And then we trace back and it's to the employer.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Hello viewers, welcome to yet another episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition, here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. As we've been doing before, we discuss about the law and how it affects the different aspects of our life. But specifically for this edition, we talk about COVID-19 and how it has affected various aspects of our human rights. And for today's episode, we are having a discussion on labor and employment rights. As you all know, most of us are working, some of you have jobs or in any form of employment. But the advent of COVID-19 disrupted relations in the companies that work in, the organizations that were working. We saw people being laid off. We saw companies downsizing. We saw people being asked to work from home and lots of things that really changed the relations in the employment sector. And to help us unpack how COVID-19 has affected the right to employment and general labor rights in Uganda, we're delighted to have Ms. Lydia Bwite. Lydia is the programs manager at Platform for Labor Action. PLA, as we popularly call it, is an organization that works to protect
stories.
Yes.
Yes.
And in terms of your work as PLA, maybe you could actually tell us what you do before then you maybe tell us how you've been hit by this virus.
Thank you so much. Platform for Labor Action, like you said, we are a non-government organization. We promote and protect the rights of vulnerable and marginalized workers in Uganda.
Okay.
And with that, we also have accreditation from Uganda Law Council to be able to give what we call legal aid.
It's a good, good one to start with. Just to understand really, because we're talking about employment, we're talking about labor rights.
Yeah.
These are ideas that perhaps many people still need to understand. Like when you talk about employment rights, labor rights, what exactly are we talking about? What does it entail? Why should I even care about labor rights? Is that something I should lose sleep over? Is it a big deal?
True. True. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for that question. And maybe even to our investors who is watching this show elsewhere, even outside the country. Why should you care about the labor rights? First of all...
What are they, maybe to start with?
Yeah, I'm going to just come to just that. But why should we care? Because labor is a factor of production.
Okay.
So in production, we have this labor component, and often than not, when we are planning our businesses and everything, we never think about the labor force itself that actually is going to be doing this particular business that you're setting up, or this franchise that you're thinking about. So labor is a factor of production, but it has, and because it's a factor of production, if it's not well handled, it has a direct impact on the production, on the output. So if it's well handled, it also have very positive impact on the output, on the growth of every enterprise, every business that anyone sets up. So we need labor at the end of the day. So that's why you should care about labor. Going back to the law itself, as a country, Uganda is a very progressive country. Yes, when it comes to setting up laws and policies, we are a very progressive country. Even you're looking into the rest of the East African country, we are very progressive. We are a member of the International Labour Organization, and because of that, because it's labor, we have ratified, Uganda has signed quite a number of international conventions. And maybe to the person watching us, conventions are those internationally agreed upon, let me call them sets of like rules and regulations or laws. We can take it like that, literally. So those ones, those internationally agreed upon sets of laws and rules, is that they give a basis upon which a country goes back and actually contextualize those rules into their setting. So going back to the country as Uganda, when it comes to labor and employment laws, we have ratified a number of conventions, but I'll not go into so much of details. I'll look at that nationally, what we have here. We start with the Constitutional Republic of Uganda, because you see everything comes from the Constitution. We know that it is our supreme law. It's that we have as a country. So it's talking about the right to work, the right to work in a safe and satisfactory work environment.
Safe and satisfactory. That's the language of the law.
Yes, that's the language of the law. The article talks about protection of certain workers, like female pregnant, workers. That same article is talking about the right to associate. That same article, when you read it into details, that is where we, as workers, labor and employment, we find our bearing in the Constitution under Article 40. So it details everything, and then it goes ahead to give powers to Parliament to I'll call it, a favorable working environment for both the employers but also the workers as well. So from the Constitution, the law that we have that comes an act of Parliament is the Employment Act of 2000.
So if I was working in a school, the law wouldn't apply to me?
It's because the law that was being changed at that time actually was a colonial law. So most of the like the employment opportunities were in the factories. So that's why we ended up having a Factory Act. And so it was what was governing the employment relationship at that time.
Africans are not doing
I think white collar jobs. So, but then in 2006 we see, it's also another history where we came up with these laws, but in 2006 we have the Employment Act of 2006. So this is now the guiding tool for any worker there, any employer there. Why? Because it is, we call it is like the best employment contract between the employer and the employee.
Basic.
It is the basic. That law is the basic.
What does that mean? Basic.
So, like, it sets the standard. You cannot go below that.
A minimum standard.
That is the minimum standard. For example, if they say, let me give an example. If they say that a female employee should be given 60 days maternity leave,
yes,
you cannot say you get 30. No, you can at least say you get 80.
Okay.
So that's why we call it the basic.
The basic.
Yeah. So you every provision there, and you cannot contract out of that law. In other words, you cannot have a contract of employment that is saying this provision does not apply to you. Like, for example, you're not entitled to leave. No, that such a provision cannot be allowed.
It's illegal.
It's illegal because we have this basic, or the law that states that standard, the starting point of negotiation of any contract. Even if you are negotiating a CBA, what we call the collective bargaining agreement, for those workers in unions, they still use that law as the basic, negotiating tool that they have. So under this particular law, we have different rights set out for the worker or for the employee. So now we have to be very careful. We use these words interchangeably, but actually they mean different things.
Worker
and the employee.
And employee.
Yes.
Okay.
If I go in the market and I find a woman selling tomatoes, she's a worker, but is she an employee?
You tell us. How do you transit from worker to employee?
That is why I wanted us just to understand that particular concept as well, so that when we define these particular laws, we know who are we talking about. So he has to have a boss. Let me use that literal way of, like someone they report to, supervisors, and everything. So this person, then the other one becomes the employer, and then becomes the employee. So now that woman in the market who is selling her tomatoes, she's a worker, but she's not an employee.
We could argue she's everything. Chief everything officer. She employs herself. She pays her salary.
Unfortunately,
she knows when to work and not when to work.
Unfortunately, the principles of distinguishing between these two people cannot allow us to call her everything. Because if you call her everything, it will be hard when it comes to certain aspects. For example, we're going to talk about rights, and then we shall ask, and we shall go back, and you, our viewers, let us keep that in mind, that do these rights go to this particular person who is having their own enterprise? They have not brought any person on this stall to sell these tomatoes. This particular business that they are holding.
Are you suggesting, Lydia, then that workers and employees have different rights?
Yes, they will have different rights depending where they are. Yes, and I will just highlight that you're at work, or you are protecting your employers. So either it's injury or disease, you can hurt. And now where we are right now with COVID-19, this particular law has actually been put to test as we go on.
That's an important point. I think let's pause for a quick break, then we'll sort of come back and build on from there, because you've touched on a very sensitive area around injuries, and we've had a couple of cases, reported in the media of people, getting injured. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition. And today we are with Lydia Buite from the Platform for Labor Action, one of the...
For human rights to be respected, protected and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television, coming soon.
Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition, and today we're discussing impacts of COVID-19 on employment and labor rights in Uganda, and we're hanging out with Ms. Lydia Bwite from the Platform for Labor Action. She's the manager of programs. Lydia, welcome back from the break.
Thank you.
Before we went for a break, you touched on a sensitive law around workers' compensation in Uganda, and highlighting how you could get compensated for injuries you get in the course of your work. I thought you could maybe carry on from there.
Yes. So that particular law is really focusing on if a worker gets for workers' compensation, so that in case you have any liability, then your insurers should be able to meet that particular responsibility.
Okay. Later, yes. We need to switch gears to talk about COVID-19, but I thought, are there any other laws you just want to drop one-liners?
Yes, we have the National Social Protection Fund Act, NSSF.
Yes.
We have the Public Service Act. We never talk about them, and
is
they are
that
also
for people
workers.
In government?
Yes, for civil servants, those who work with the government.
Okay.
We have the Occupational Safety and Health Act.
Okay.
That is regarding to the environment where you work from. Is it healthy? Is it is it the standard for you to be in as a human being?
That should be fumigated or what?
We shall see. Is there aeration or all those things? You have drinking water, sanitation, all those ones. That law looks at them. And then the responsibilities therein. What other law haven't I talked about? We also have the Minimum Wages Council's Act of...
I know you've been working a lot on minimum wage.
Yes, of 1984. So all that law is also there.
When are we setting the minimum wage for this country?
That one, I think you need to have a conversation.
It's a long conversation. Okay, so Lydia, you've given us a clear picture of what these rights are, and the law that provides for them, especially at the national level.
Yeah.
So then COVID-19 comes in and shakes things up. How do you explain to somebody, the effects that the pandemic has had on employment and labor rights? What are some of the issues that have emerged from a labor rights, employment rights angle? Yeah, because I know you deal with these things on birth.
True.
I am not entitled to paternity leave. Do I cease being the father? Because the person who has given birth is not.
Actually, you don't cease being the father. But there's a way when the law uses a certain word, and if you are to interpret it, in fact, your employer, if they asked you for the marriage certificate, they would not be wrong, because the law uses the word wife. And we know that for one to be a wife, we know the different marriages that are actually allowed in Uganda.
Okay.
So you need to pay attention to some of those particular areas. Yeah. But you have 4 days as a male employee, and your wife has given birth, you will be given. For the woman, we also have the right to maternity leave of 60 working days. 60
working days?
Yes, 60
Let's clarify
working days.
This. What does that mean in terms of calendar months?
Yes.
What does it mean?
So we don't include weekends unless at your workplace, even before your maternity leave, you work 6 days. If you work 6 days ordinarily, then we shall actually count you 6 days. But if you work 5 days, we only count 5 days in every week, Monday to Friday. And also if there is any public holiday that falls within this period, we don't include it. So we don't include public holidays, we don't include weekends. So that is how we get to that.
So Lydia, in simple
terms. Let me also add something. 60 working days fully paid for.
Okay.
Yes. We've seen some employers who say, take off 60 days. You go, we shall fully pay you. No, 30 days. The other 30 days, we'll pay you half, unless you come back and work. There are such employers, but actually you do it, breaking the law, because the law says 60 working days, and those days have to be paid for.
Okay.
Yes, so that's the other right that someone has a right to rest. As they're at work, they should rest at least. You give them at least 1 hour of rest during their time.
Take coffee,
Take
lunch.
off. They also have a right to be paid overtime if they work overtime. And this one ensure you as the employer, you need to ensure that, because we have seen the Industrial Court of Uganda setting for us precedents, you need to ensure that if a worker remains at, your employee remains at work, what are they doing? Were they able to deliver what they ought to have delivered in the 8 hours of that? Even it is beyond everyone's control.
Exactly.
And by the way, in most cases, employment acts don't have those provisions talking about those unforeseen events. In most cases, because normally those ones we see them in contract, agreements. Yes. But when it comes to employment contracts, we don't have those clauses. So now here we are. I've been two months away. Can I be entitled to annual leave? So what other employers are doing that during that period we were away, you apply. Now it's forced leave, ideally.
Yes.
So we are seeing situations of forced leave. You have to be on leave. The moment you go into lockdown, you have to be on leave, ideally.
Yeah.
And yet, this right to leave, when you look at the law, it's telling you, it accrues.
Yes.
This right to leave accrues to you. Every after 3 months, you get. Every after 3 months, you get. We expect that you can rest. But here, at the beginning of the year, you have to go and be on your annual leave.
And normally, I think the practice in Uganda, people want to take leave when they're going to do a project or to rest.
Yes.
Now you're being just told, go.
You go. And yet in most cases, workplaces do not have leaves like a study leave.
Yes.
So if you're studying, normally people use their annual leave to go and do exams and all that.
Yes.
But here you are, the employer is saying, all of you fill in annual leave forms. Because you're at home and you are not working. So for us to be able to pay you and what's what, when you come back, no going.
And the employer has a valid point, no?
Exactly, has a valid point on the other side.
Yes.
But also, how about this right when I choose to take my annual leave?
So where's the mix then?
What's
the middle ground?
So the middle ground is you need to speak together as the employer and the employee. You should be able to speak because in most cases, employers do not consult, do not speak to the workers and say, this is what we are suggesting. And also you be fair, because even you as a worker, you need to be fair to your employer, because you're looking at the situation, they are paying your salary and you're not working. Isn't it only fair that at least you take off some of your days? And if you have such a time when you need leave, then bring it the notice of your employer and say, okay, that is a valid thing, but look, I was setting to have 5 days of my annual leave to do my exams around this time. So it may be your employer will also have it at the back of the mind that yes, this condition is, no one has control over it, and yet you already have this plan, so that you are able to have a middle ground.
Lydia, that's a very fascinating point, because I know leave is also a slightly controversial issue which has been abused to some extent by many. It's an important point for us to go for a break, so that when we come back, we'll pick on how far we've come as a country, what did we do to deal with the challenges posed by COVID-19 on employment, right? So let's go for a quick break. We'll be right back. You are watching You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, and today we're discussing the impacts of COVID-19 on employment and labor rights in Uganda. And we're privileged to have Ms. Lydia Bwite from the Platform for Labor Action. Lydia, welcome back from the break.
Thank you.
So you left at the point when we're discussing this controversial issue of leave.
So that law requires that every Ugandan must wear a mask as long as you're out of your home.
Yes.
That is what. Now, how does that impact on the workplace here?
Yes.
Is it the duty of the employer to provide the masks, or is it that the employee should come with their mask? So some workers have gone on to report cases and say that, my employer has not given me. And the employer is saying, no, you're going to be terminated because you're not wearing a mask. And they have a right, they have a point on one side. We have also seen vaccination coming through. Now, government has put in place vaccination, but for us to protect, which is the right thing, for us to protect ourselves from this particular pandemic that has come, we need to vaccinate. And I totally agree with the government. But you see, what has happened? They're telling some workers, if you're not vaccinated, don't come to work. But what happens when I have lined up for that vaccine, well knowing that as a country I've been struggling to get this vaccine? Are you terminating me? But because you've said if you need to get vaccinated, don't come to work. Is that termination or not? So when we are going back, I think in terms of reopening, what the government failed to do is to also make it very clear. Yes, when should it be that a person who has not been vaccinated should not access a public place? That the government has not been very clear, because some employers are using it, or they are abusing this particular situation. Because we know very well that we've been struggling as a country to access vaccines. And when you say if you've not been, we saw letters coming through and say if you've not been vaccinated, please do not report to work. So what does that mean? It means that there is lack of communication between the government programs or the action the government is taking in terms of ensuring that we have vaccine as a country vis-a-vis the employer's action. So we need that to come out. We saw government, of course, coming through with the Economic Recovery Fund that went through the Uganda Development Bank. And it was targeting, of course, to liquidify these small businesses, well knowing that they're the engines of the economy. And of course, also we know that those small businesses employ, millions and millions of people. So that was supposed to ensure that now this worker who lost a job because of COVID-19, he's back to work. But you see, there have also been challenges in accessibility to this particular Economic Recovery Fund. Equitability also has not been has been an issue around this particular issue. So we have seen even still small companies or the small and medium companies still not accessing this fund, and not their inability to access directly impacts on the workers at the end of the day. So we continue in that particular angle. And also there is an issue that we need to just talk about, the whole issue of now employers are also using this opportunity to abuse workers' rights. If you say you're not going to do it, Jonathan, there is 1,000 outside that door just waiting to take your position.
Exactly.
So no jobs, and the employers are using that as their road on. In terms of resolving issues, even an employer who is able to pay off 200,000 says that there is no money, and can go to the court and say, I'll pay 20,000.
Yes. There was this issue around NSSF. I'm sure there was an initiative around amending the law to allow people, access some of their savings because of the pandemic.
True.
I don't know.
Even when the bill that was passed by Parliament went before the President, the President again has sent it back, of course, with his comments on the same.
Yeah. So Lydia, we need to, as we sort of come to the end, we need to look to the future. In the worst case scenario, we could find ourselves in a similar situation in 5 or 10 years.
True.
And assuming Lydia is the new, Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, or the PS in the ministry or whatever, what could be those points that you would push and say, as a country, this is how we should prepare for something of this magnitude? It may not be a perfect blueprint, but what are those ideas that should flaunt around, say, if we find ourselves in a similar situation, these are my recommendations on that PLA recommendation on how, you think that
it's not only for the old age. Why do you need to strengthen the social protection side of it? Asking NSF to give you part of your savings. Why don't you workers or employees tell URA to stop collecting pay for that period. No, by the way, when I looked at it, it was a fair argument, because employers are struggling to make ends meet. I'm also struggling to make ends meet. We say, are we in lockdown for how many months? 2 months, people are not working. Okay, maybe reduce. Okay, maybe you may not take it away completely, but you can reduce. So maybe if it's 30%, maybe you only pay 20%. We answer that 10% should be able to help you to cover other aspects.
But
that will also be
that payee is for for the government to be able to fulfill on most of the obligations it has. So
that's why we should share it during that period only. When it is over, we go back.
Okay.
But the other recommendation I would actually make is around, generally, it just goes back, because the ministry you have envisioned me in is that covers issues of social protection.
Yes.
Generally, to prepare better, to have a systematic social protection system that really covers for such for such comings that we never
How would that
expect.
work? What do you mean market protection systems?
A very comprehensive one, because right now our system, we have the SAGE, where cash they give you 25,000.
SAGE is the social action,
the senior citizens grant.
Yes.
Where the old people get 20,000 shillings per month.
Yeah.
Okay, and then that's the only cash money that we are seeing. Now, if you have a system, the system looks at the different vulnerabilities that of security, which I don't think that we are at war. Maybe we are at war, but we need to plan better in terms of planning better, but also to the workers themselves. I think also we have learned something. Let's save. Now, that is not from legal perspective, but me being human in me, that let us save something, even if it is 20,000 every month. Save, because you just never know when you will need it. It's very important. Save. Let us save.
For rainy day.
For rainy day is very, very important. So the employers, how are our systems ready for these? Were they even ready, or even are they ready even up to now? Because there are those that, yes, we have the pandemic here, but still the systems are not what? They have not been built, to take up still such. For example, if I may ask, have you insured yourself? What if your worker acquired or contracted COVID-19? And indeed, we say that because of the negligence at the workplaces, that is how the person contracted it. And then we trace back and it's to the employer. Are you ready to be able to meet this liability? The government came out and said the treatment for COVID-19 is their government responsibility. But we saw people fighting. We saw people, I heard on the news, members of parliament saying that private hospitals were even taking people's land titles, to treat COVID-19. But are we ready as the employer? Have you insured? Have you revised issues around work from home? Have you, the employer, included or incorporated issues of work from home? Because now the home has become a workplace. Jonathan, I wonder if I ended myself from home when I'm working on a computer, whether I should ask for workers' compensation.
And then on a Zoom call and the baby comes there.
And then the baby comes in. So it's very challenging. Are we giving the workers the tools they need to work from home? Because there's nothing demanding me from work from home. But Jonathan, when I don't even own a laptop. My employee don't have a laptop. So how do we deliver from home?
And our data costs in the country.
Data costs in the country are high. We're even having a tax, apparently. I didn't know until when I was told so. So we need to be ready.
Marrying, if you want to enjoy paternity leave, because you may not get it if the person is just. He has emphasized the need for government to, regulate the employment sector, put in place safeguards to ensure that when we find ourselves in such a situation again, we have a well thought out plan that can enable the country to protect the rights of its workers, because, like you say, labor.
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation, because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
Working.
Yeah.
But first of all, if you're passionate about what you're going to do, I believe in all work we do mistakes. So my first experience at work was when I reached at work. You know, you have to be confident when you're doing something, even if it's wrong. In our industry, you have to be confident. Once you're confident, you give support of it. So my first cap to make was for a customer, and I made a mistake on it because the waitress came and gave me a cappuccino single. I made it and gave it to her. Then she told me, no, the guest wanted a flower on it. I could not make a flower. So I said, what I've given you is what is supposed to go. I cannot make another cup of coffee. Please take that to a customer. If he calls me, I'll explain why. So that's how I started. But to me, when you love what you're doing, even when you make mistakes, still you will support that mistake and it will go. So I have love for the coffee, for the industry. I have love for what I'm doing, and when I'm on the station, trust me, I don't want anyone to disturb me. Even if you are who, even if you are the boss, once I'm in my bar, it is my turn.
It's your area.
Wait for my shift to get done, then you can bring me over here.
Interesting. If you're watching us, this is House of Talent, the coffee break. We are having some fun with Isaac and Charles here. You know, Charles telling us about his first experience, and you're supposed to make a certain cup of business, which I think very many people are trying to get into right now. So we'll take a break right now. This is the coffee break on House of Talent.
More people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we...
Including me, you've just heard that person.
Yeah.
Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue.
Yeah.
And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okiela. Where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually stream from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering.
Yes.
I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mona Onyaitodeke goes on to say, or I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So
Yeah.
with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for you know, for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more
shares.
Yes.
Akokeka kuma bulicho akokeka kuma oh to worship you, I live. To worship you, I live to worship you. To worship you, I live. To worship you, I live to worship you. Holy Spirit, to worship you I live, to worship you I live to worship you. To worship you I live, to worship you I live to worship you. Mindful of me that you hear me when I call. Oh, oh, yeah. You take care of me. How you love me, it's amazing, so amazing. I am afraid of God. Yeah. Ooh, I'm afraid of God. He calls me friend. Tambula nangi, samo tambule nangi. On this journey that I'm taking now, samo tambule nangi. Eh, ha. Tambula nange, samo tambulinga nange, mulukendo luwanvu, mumakubo mwempita, samo tambulinga nange, tambula nange, samo tambulinga. All this journey that I'm taking now, Sabo tambule nanage, tambula nanage, Sabo tambule nanage, Molokelo luwavo, Mubakubo chapita, Sabo tambule.